The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Zhao Song's composition. Zhao Chen was not surprised that Zhao Song knew the magic of Xingyan Temple. After all, Uncle Zan once told him that his memory had been tampered with before he left Bingquan Town. At that time, Zhao Chen guessed that Zhao Song might be involved with Xingyan Temple. Even the reason why Aunt Mei frequently went to Xiaoshan Temple to burn incense might be his tacit approval or instruction. The fact that an organization like Xingyan Temple would set up a base in a small place like Bingquan Town itself indicates certain problems. But Zhao Chen did not expect that Zhao Song could actually use the third grade magical power of Xingyan Temple Heart Demon Eye. The inner demon eye is composed of the 4 arts of the 12 methods of heart light, namely, blind mind, mind observation, heart epidemic, and heart therapy. It can not only fascinate the mind, arouse the inner demon, and make people fall into serious mental illness, degenerate into delusion and madness, it can also solve mental hidden dangers in a targeted manner, build beautiful illusory memories, and heal mental trauma. It seems that the wonderful use of it depends on one's heart, but in fact, the latter is just a temporary solution. If it is used too much, it will become another inner demon. And when this magical power is used at full power, it actually has a more powerful function, which is to materialize the enemy's most feared things in the form of entities, further aggravating the opponent's psychological problems. Of course, if the materialized fear in a demon can be cut off, the hidden danger can be temporarily removed, making the mind clear. This function is actually somewhat similar to the magical power displayed by the Meng family's Dunksuan after transformation during the sword conference, except that the sword across the heart Si Meng Guangling Zenren evoked the fear in people's nightmares, while the heart demon eye manifested the fear ingrained in the soul. However, when Zhao Song unexpectedly aimed the heart demon eye at Zhao Chen, when Zhao Song said "You're dead" with a ferocious look on his face, when the gorgeous colorful light reflected into Zhao Chen's eyes, boom. A loud noise suddenly came, and the heart demon eye exploded on its own. Zhao Song was stunned at first, then covered his empty eye sockets with his hands and screamed hoarsely. There was extreme pain hidden in his voice, not only because his eyes exploded, but also because something was polluting him, causing his whole body to begin to mutate. His belly swelled up in an instant, trembling as if it was gestating life. His limbs grew branches like trees, and long black fruits grew on them. His neck was stretched to 3 or 4 meters, wrapping around his body in circles. His blood was half red and half black, constantly merging and quickly separating, propping up all the blood vessels in his body, like a wriggling worm. What are you afraid of? After Zhao Song exhausted his last strength to ask this question, his whole body fell apart and exploded into pieces of meat, and the changes in his body also stopped with his death. What am I afraid of? Zhao Chen was also stunned by the scene in front of him. After he asked himself blankly, his mind suddenly emerged with the scene he saw before he was engulfed by the golden light and entered this world. Although that memory was fuzzy and there were no details, he roughly guessed how Zhao Song died. It was the fear that the heart demon eye wanted to manifest, far exceeding its upper limit. Fortunately, I only saw the surface, and this was in the historical fog, and the power of those big guys outside the world could hardly be projected in. Otherwise Zhao Song would probably have turned into a terrible monster instead of dying directly like now. In addition, the things I fear most in my heart are actually those evil gods outside this world. Even if I just glanced at them quickly? No. It should be my ability to shield fear that prevents other superficial fear emotions from being used by the heart demon eye. So it found those fears that could not be shielded. It's so miserable. Rubbing his forehead, Zhao Chen no longer went into it, or dared not to go into the hidden fears deep in his heart, and turned to investigate the remaining soul of Zhao Song after his death. If it were in the outside world, a soul contaminated by such terrible pollution would have been beyond salvation long ago, and would not even be eligible to enter the reincarnation of the underworld. But it is not the case in the historical mist. The souls of all living beings seem to be protected by an inexplicable force and basically cannot be completely destroyed. Even the souls of the two Sand Snake Gang minions before, even if they were completely under Zhao Chen's control, he could not use the Great Sun Star Raft to force them to buy or sell, unless they were willing. Well, although there is still some pollution, it is also within the range of my investigator's ability to bear. After a simple observation, Zhao Chen included Zhao Song's soul in the illustration, and then carefully studied the introduction and knowledge corresponding to the generation. This Zhao Song's composition is more complicated than I thought. His main practice method is the Dongyuan Huaying Shengshai and Shengshen's Hang of the Zikathang lineage in the Teichujiushan Shai and Shengshin Hang, which corresponds to the Demon King binding great supernatural power. This is not surprising. After all, Emperor Taizu of Song became famous for the Demon King's body binding, so it's normal for him to pass it down to future generations. However, Zhao Song originally only had the three parts of the Teichujiushan Hang, namely the true key, refining orifices, and magical power. The Hunhua Giai Gaoji Yuan Shi Zenjing corresponding to the Gangsha realm was found by the godly Hu on the outskirts of the Chijin mountain ruins, and later came into Zhao Song's hands. It was this gain that made Zhao Song determined to cooperate with Li Hu to conspire for the treasure in the Chijin mountain ruins. Well, the golden seal and silver armor he showed, before are the two spells that make up the Demon King's body binding, the golden seal to suppress demons and the silver armor to control demons. In addition to his main skill of Demon King body binding, Zhao Song also practiced the skills of Xing'an Temple, For Evil Hall, All Stars Society and Moon Worship Sect, TSK, if it weren't for the Golden Seal to suppress demons and silver armor to control demons as the foundation, the conflict between the evil skills alone would have driven him crazy and turned him into a monster. After all, he doesn't have the star chariot like me to purchase the shares of the source of various skills, nor does he have the Emperor Gao's forgiveness like the members of the Ming family's royal family. No. Judging from Zhao Song's ruthlessness to his wife and his coldness to his children, he might have gone crazy a long time ago. There's another chapter in the middle of the night. In addition, I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 477 Investigation. Zhao Song came into contact with Xing'an Temple quite early. When he was still a teenager, he saved an unknown old monk by chance. The old monk gave him a jade Buddha out of gratitude. And this jade Buddha is a rare treasure. It not only provides a complete method to practice the magical power of Heart Demon Pupil, but also contains 3 opportunities to display this magical power. Zhao Song later learned that the Jade Buddha seemed to be a symbol of status in the Xing'an Temple organization. Many formal members of the organization treated him with great respect. He became a middle and senior level of Xing'an Temple almost without knowing it, and other members trusted him very much. Zhao Song did not dare to expose the fact that he did not have much faith in the Supreme Buddha of Xing'an Temple, the so-called Xing'an Buddha, so he secretly raised funds to build a small mountain temple outside Bingquan town to show his piety. And this time, under the pretext of being controlled by the For Evil Hall, the act of destroying Xiaoshan Temple also had the idea of cutting off from this organization. I guess the reason why Zhao Song was not brainwashed by the Jade Buddha of Xing'an Temple is, firstly, because his main practice method is more restrained against these external demons. Secondly, he later provoked many kinds of demons in succession, which offset each other, and weakened the influence of the Xing'an Temple lineage. But the nameless old monk who gave him the Jade Buddha never showed up again. This is very suspicious. Well, logically speaking, a Jade Buddha given by the other party can allow Zhao Song to get to the middle and senior level of the organization, even if it is only the middle and senior level of a place. That also shows that his status should be very high, and such a person would be saved by Zhao Song by chance. There must be a conspiracy behind it. But he has a laissez-faire attitude towards Zhao Song. I don't understand it at all. Forget it. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. Anyway, for me, the biggest gain is the 4 spells corresponding to the magical power of Heart Demon Pupil. The methods of practicing "blind heart technique" and "heart epidemic technique" were obtained when the Mahoraga was captured in Yicheng. The heart healing technique was also taken out from the Shuzai abbot of the Xingcha temple. Now the last of the 4 techniques, the mind viewing technique, has also been completed, and I have already collected the 5 methods. TSK. I have now obtained 10 of the 12 methods of heart light, which is more than most of the Xingcha temple members know. Zhao Chen used his Dangsu eyes to understand the Zhao Song in his illustrated book, and continued to ponder. Well, Zhao Song's fate with the 4 evil horde is the shallowest. After all, the red-bearded dragon, that Song Tezu imprisoned with the magical power of demon king binding, was the spiritual power of one of the existences behind the 4 evil horde. The reason why Tiger of 4 Evil Horde is so eager to open the ruins of Chijin Mountain is because he believes the news released by Li Hu and really thinks that the clone of Red-Bearded Dragon is sealed in it. No, even Zhao Song believed it vaguely because he got the fragments of Panlan fighting method passed down by Red-Bearded Dragon from Li Hu. I remember that the main body of Red-Bearded Dragon has been slain by Taixio Taoist Master. Even if the clone is still lingering, it may not have much strength after being suppressed for many years. The fear is that it will take the opportunity to revive. After all, it is difficult for such an existence to die completely. Zhao Chen shook his head. He was not very interested in the so-called Panlan fighting method because it was full of malign methods, and the recommended weapons such as Panlan stick did not conform to his aesthetic taste, so he had no intention of practicing it at all. Zhao Song has a certain relationship with the All-Stars Hall. No, to be more precise, he has a certain friendship with the fundamentalist lineage of the All-Stars Hall, and he has even joined it. This is somewhat similar to that Duan Mingsu. Well, the All-Stars Society is originally a loose organization, especially those fundamentalists, who only need to maintain a certain respect for the Star God to join. The biggest reason why Zhao Song joined was that he realized at that time that he was too deeply entangled with the Xingcha temple, so he wanted to introduce new forces to muddy his own destiny. However, after learning the Senluo Wangxiang magical power from the All-Stars Society, he also had some sense of identity with this organization, so he took advantage of the layout of the Chijin Mountain area to involve the fundamentalist traitor Fang Zuzi and killed him. Hey, this Zhao Song must be really crazy. He actually watched his own son die in order to avenge an organization he joined. Did he trust the so-called companion magic weapon too much, or did he no longer have many normal emotions at that time? Well, let's take a look at the Senluo Wangxiang magical power. Well, it seems to be similar to what Ming Zuling learned, and neither is the complete version. Zhao Chen sighed and continued to investigate the last part of the illustration. The relevant part of the moon worship sect is the most vague, but it can be vaguely seen that Uncle Zhen mentioned that on the night of the blood moon 10 years ago, Zhao Song used the golden seal to suppress demons to seal a demon. But the subsequent marks seem to have been processed by someone, and the investigation can't find much useful information. I only know that Zhao Song gained a lot of benefits in that incident, such as Blood Moon Tribute, one of the core skills of the Moon Worship sect, and Zhao Song learned the 3rd chapter of Blood Moon Tribute, Song of Scarlet. I remember that Levy and the other Western vampires said that Song of Scarlet was created by the musician Karachi when the Blood Moon first appeared in the world. Playing this song when the blood moon comes will attract him. This was originally just an ordinary song. Could it be that the voice of the moon completed it into a magical power? Wait. The reason why the original owner's mother died young seems to be related to her helping Zhao Song interpret and practice this magical song. The more I explore, the more I feel that this scumbag deserves to die. After being silent for a long while, Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead, which relieved his increasingly exhausted spirit a little. Then he continued with the work he had just done, and went deeper into Zhao Song's memory. In the main room in the backyard of the Zhao family's mansion, Qi Meng, who had transformed into a fox, held the Fengyuan hemming ring, and meditated while quietly waiting for the result. About an incense stick of time later, a figure flew out of the ring, and landed in front of her. The man looked to be in his 40s, tall and strong, with a square face, and a thick beard. It was Zhao Song. Qi Meng raised her eyebrows, imitated the fox and laughed sweetly. You really killed your father. If you knew what he was going to, no, what he had done, you would be like me, and you would want to kill him completely. Chapter 478. Not a dream, not an illusion. He is going to use the flesh and soul of my brother and sister as sacrifices to open the gate of the ruins in Chijin Mountain. Zhao Chen, who showed his face as Zhao Song, said hatefully. He had not met the little girl Zhao Zi and Zhao Mian, who was born only a few months ago, and there was almost no blood relationship. But as long as he thought of the scene, when he left Bingquan Town, Zhao Zi waved at him in the arms of his stepmother. He was angry at Zhao Song's inhuman behavior. Maybe this is the sensibility that only humans can have. Those who have lost their humanity due to the deviation of their cognition by the skills in their practice are really terrible. But it is said that this is actually unavoidable. It's okay under the Dongsun, but once you become a real person and see the mysteries of the Tao, you will inevitably be assimilated by the Tao. In this process, the part of yourself as a human will naturally be erased. In this regard, some people feel that it doesn't matter, just pursue the Tao wholeheartedly and give up everything for it, even themselves. But most people still insist on focusing on I, so they will deliberately strengthen one or several aspects of their personality to resist the erosion of the Great Way and preserve other normal desires and emotions as people. This is also the reason why Dongsu monks often appear to be very extreme in some aspects. But Zhao Chen doesn't know how to strengthen it and how to do it. It can only be determined that it is related to the tribulation methods of various sects. Heart demon tribulation is also a tribulation. Qi Meng didn't know that Zhao Chen's thoughts drifted so far at once. She didn't care much about similar things. She just asked in surprise about the key. Didn't you know it a long time ago? After all, the Heavenly Sword of the Li family had calculated the content in this regard, and it was also shown by the spirit of the Blessed Land. Zhao Chen collected his thoughts and shook his head, saying, I didn't expect that. After he learned what the key was, he agreed to Li Hu's plan without any hesitation. You know, the method of sealing the entrance to Chijin Mountain probably came from the demon method that Song Weiru brought from the cave heaven, which requires removing bones, cutting flesh, and extracting souls. Although there is no mark of reincarnation in the memory, but I guess that every time the door is opened, he is probably performing the ceremony of making the key. He has lost his humanity to this extent. Don't you think he should not be killed? He should be killed. Qi Meng nodded silently and suddenly sighed. I think our plan, to observe first in the first reincarnation, has a big problem. Yeah. Zhao Chen did not refute, but smiled bitterly. I'm now playing the role of Zhao Song, but there is no way I can attack my brothers and sisters. This play can't be performed. Me too. I can't sit idly by and watch the four evil halls sacrifice blood for the people. Although she has passed the stage of acting as great compassion and great mercy, Qi Meng still maintains her original compassion, which is also her trait and paranoia. After all, great compassion and great mercy of Avalokitesvara Heart Sutra is one of those special exercises that will erode human nature under the Dongsun. She has to highlight a certain character, since the true key stage, and cannot break the precepts. The two smiled at each other, and they understood each other's thoughts without communicating anymore. That is, if you can act, just act first. Try to get more information, and when you can't act anymore, just go for it. It was not until this time that Zhao Chen, who had relaxed a little, looked at Qi Meng's incarnation of the fox with ill intentions, and said with a smile, since you are eating first, shouldn't you, the concubine, serve me in the bed? Qi Meng was too lazy to pay attention to him, and responded lightly, but in fact, you are now a puppet of my for evil hall. How can you make demands? In the only inn in Bingquan Town, Zhao Qin, with red lips and white teeth and elegant temperament, looked at the starry sky which was no different from the past, but suddenly pulled the corners of his mouth, and laughed as if he was mocking himself. Haha. So that's it. So that's it. The false starry sky, the discordant heart realm, the underworld with almost no sense of existence. Let me think, how many times has this happened? 17 or 18 times, or 20 times? But my attempts don't seem to be very successful. Besides, there is no use going to the so-called Red Gold Mountain ruins in advance. The key to morning light does not exist there. It will only appear when the right time, the right place, and the right person are met at the same time. But I can roughly guess the right time, and the right place is relatively clear. Who will be the right person? I have experimented before, even with Huang Jiagang making trouble. Most of the people present at the time still tried it. Could it be the townspeople who were sacrificed, or something else I haven't noticed yet? Or, is it Huang Jiagang? If it's really him, then this will be difficult. What's more, finding the Star God's relics is only the first step. We don't have any idea how to dispel the fog of history later. Zhao Chen scratched his hair. He wanted to stir up all kinds of conflicts in the town, let people kill each other, and let him vent. But after thinking about it, he didn't take any action. After all, he had done this in the previous reincarnations, but each time he would provoke Huang Jiagang. And there was no point in fighting with him. It would only make him unable to accomplish anything. Well, let's start the experiment with the new head of the police in Shijin town this time. Even if the right person is among the townspeople who were sacrificed in the 3 towns, it should be a cultivator. In the former site of the Golden Art Martial Arts School, as all the members of the Sand Snake gang were sent out to block the roads and organize the residents, this place seemed empty and desolate. Sitting in the house, where he had lived for many years, Master Huang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled and shook his head and said, "It seems that Mahoraga also remembered something, otherwise he would not be so quiet. He was very unscrupulous a few times before." As he spoke, he looked through the window in the direction of the Zhao family residence and sighed. If Zhao Chen knew that his father was such a beast and that his brothers and sisters were about to suffer such a tragic fate, he would probably be very sad, right? Fortunately, he won't remember anything now. At this time, his expression suddenly became serious, and the teacup he picked up was put down. Then he closed his eyes and quietly sensed something. 10 or so breaths later, Huang Jiagang opened his eyes again. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The prophecy given by Star God Zhao Chen has one more sentence. Neither a dream nor an illusion? What does this mean? It doesn't seem to be consistent with the sentence, transformed into a bodhisattva. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The Trajectory of Destiny. In a secret room in Bingquan Town, the Four Evils Hall is holding its last gathering before the operation. Qifi Meng, who successfully sneaked in, wore a fox mask, tilted her neck, and deliberately put on a smug look, but in fact, she was secretly observing everyone present. She had a general understanding of the fox's personality through telepathy before, so she had no pressure to play the role. Including me and the so-called tiger, there are a total of 12 people. Well, the jackal is not in a good state, and it seems to contain some extremely terrifying power inside, which may burst out at any time. So it is bound? But how can such a simple binding be effective? Wait. Zibo is going to sacrifice the people of the 3 towns with blood, in order to let some kind of power come. But in fact, this power has already come before the Chijin mountain area was pulled into the historical fog, but it has not appeared in this reincarnation yet. In other words, the power in the jackal is actually the spirit of a certain evil spirit, but Zibo was not at a high enough level. He could only see that the jackal was abnormal, but he didn't know the root cause of its abnormality. He obviously didn't know that there was no need to perform the blood sacrifice at all. The evil spirit would probably come out when the time came. But even if he had doubts, he couldn't be sure. The blood sacrifice ceremony would still be held at that time. While Qifi Meng was thinking, the Tiger Master Zibo, who was sitting at the top, looked around and said, "Interference from human or even Zangai may come at any time. We don't have much time. Snake, Badger, Hyena, how are you prepared?" Snake and the other 3 were tasked with setting up the ritual array and connecting the 2 towns and 1 township into an altar. This was obviously not something that could be accomplished by just a few people, and the public had to be organized to carry out the construction. To do this, they had to use the excuse of ancestor worship activities, preparing banquets and distributing money to persuade many townspeople to come and build it. The main body has been completed and we can start after daybreak, but it will take some time to set up the concealment array. Snake answered affirmatively. Badger and Hyena also nodded in succession. Can it be completed so quickly? Qi Meng was a little surprised, but considering that this isn't the reincarnation of the mist of history, maybe it has been almost built from the beginning. Very good, but there is no need to build a concealment array. As soon as daybreak we will immediately connect the 3 cities and start the blood sacrifice. Zebodu finally revealed a satisfied smile, which showed that there were still capable people among his subordinates. But he soon realized that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he found that the fox seemed a little quiet and did not provoke the snake. Zebodu calmly pulled the black line in his palm, and after confirming that the end of one of the invisible black lines was just above the fox's head, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked tentatively, "Fox, what about you over there?" Qi Meng naturally noticed that Zebodu was secretly practicing the divine tiger commanding ghosts to save people, although she had studied this technique for more than 2 months. So as long as the other party did not investigate further, it would not be a problem to hide it. But the fact that Zebodu practiced this technique itself showed that he was suspicious of her. Was there a flaw? While Qi Meng's thoughts were turning rapidly, she replied in the tone of a fox, "Lord Tiger, I have already dealt with Beilu, and Zhao Song is still under my control and obeys my orders." At this point, Qi Meng suddenly realized why she was suspected, because she had not done anything stupid until now. So she changed the subject and deliberately asked, "Lord Tiger, have you caught that bitch Li Zieling? If you have, can you hand her over to me for disposal?" As she spoke, the half of her face that was not covered by the mask showed obvious distortion. Everyone present knew that Fox had always been jealous of Li Zieling's good luck and wanted to humiliate the other party and make her die in despair and collapse, but at this time, they all just said idiot silently. If Lord Tiger really kept Li Zieling, he would have said it before. "Aren't you exposing Lord Tiger's shortcomings?" Hearing this, Zebodu did feel uncomfortable, but he no longer doubted Fox at all. After all, she was still so stupid. Let's put Li Zieling's matter aside for now. She is a magical monk who doesn't know a few spells and can't make any waves. After Zebodu avoided the main point and said seriously, "Whether we can rescue Lord Red-Bearded Dragon and please the master depends on tomorrow. There must be no mistakes. Do you understand? Although Lord Red-Bearded Dragon, who is also behind the 4 evil halls, is actually not on good terms with his master and is even in a hostile state, although his target is actually the remains of Emperor Tezu of Zhao Song. Uncle Z will not say these out loud. To put it bluntly, the reason for sacrificing the blood of the people of the 3 towns and summoning the spirit of Lord Yazi is not only to guard against the sudden arrival of Deng Zuan of the Li family, but also to prevent the red-bearded dragon from going crazy after seeing them. Fox, you will take care of Zhao Song and his 2 children. After Lord Yazi arrives, immediately let Zhao Song refine the key to open the ruins. And Li Hu will be taken care of by Snake. He and Zhao Song have special identities. They are both chess pieces we use to explore the way. They can't be thrown away at will. Do you understand? After Zebodu assigned the tasks, he emphasized again, nothing can go wrong tomorrow. Whoever does, I will never show mercy. Everyone was startled and responded immediately, "Yes, Lord Tiger. It's still 2 hours before dawn. You all go back and prepare. We will meet at the scheduled time." With these words, the last gathering came to an end. After a pretentious performance, Qi Meng returned to Zhao's house. At this time, Zhao Chen also returned from a private meeting with Li Hu. After the 2 exchanged some information, Zhao Chen couldn't help but complain. So, Master Li was tricked by such a group of animals with low IQ? From Fei Meng's retelling, he could confirm that even the tiger or crazy San Zebodu's planning ability was actually at the level of an average person. The fact that his plan was full of loopholes was not enough to describe it, not to mention the other small animals, which were even worse. Yeah. But these animals are just the scapegoats in the open after all. Behind them are Zhao Song and Li Hu's secret control, and behind them is Song Wuyuru. Of course, in the fog of history, we don't have to worry about the god of evil. Qi Meng also sighed. No. In fact, the influence of the god of evil is still there, but it has become the script of this story in the fog of history. This can be seen from the fact that the evil spirit in the jackal cannot appear at the current time. We have to find a way to break this fate trajectory. Chapter 480 Goodwill. Qi Meng thought for a moment, but shook her head and said, the star god comes to the world, and his fate is uncertain. In the historical fog set up by the star god's relics, even if there is a certain fate trajectory, it will not be too reliable, and should be easy to change. For example, you and I easily replace the two more important people in this incident. Zhao Chen had a different opinion on this. He sighed and said, because what we have done is not a real change. When the next reincarnation begins, everything will return to the beginning. There is not enough time. Qi Meng looked at him strangely and wondered, why are you entangled with this? When you touch the star god's relics and lift the historical fog, won't there be no reincarnation? At this point, she narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly asked, what new information did you get from him? Have you ever thought that we may not be able to touch the key to morning light? Zhao Chen's eyes flickered, and he asked instead of answering. In other words, the appearance of the key to morning light is conditional. Even right people like us have to meet certain conditions before we can see it. This is not something that can be deduced from the existing intelligence. Qi Meng looked at him meaningfully, and then a statue of a bodhisattva with his right hand facing the ground and his left hand on his bent knees suddenly appeared and opened his mouth to swallow Zhao Chen in one gulp. Click. The next moment, the scene in front of her eyes changed rapidly, with chaotic colors appearing, like glass shattering one by one. Qi Meng found herself still standing on the street late at night, less than 100 steps away from Zhao's house. And a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth was standing at the entrance of the alley not far away, looking at her with a playful look. Mahoraga. Without thinking too much, Qi Meng determined the other party's identity, because in this fog of history, the existence that can silently pull her into the dream can only be this evil spirit. The Erlang she saw before was based on her own imagination, so she didn't see the flaw at the beginning. Fortunately, with the protection of the Buddha, even the evil spirit can only enter my surface dream and does not expose more secrets, especially the true identity of Erlangami and the method I prepared. But even so, Mahoraka also got the information from me that we came from the outside world and have a way to solve the fog of history. Qi Meng calmed down as her thoughts raced. After all, she still held a trump card, and the other party had the same goal as her, and might not act immediately. I was originally here just to prepare candidates for tomorrow's experiment, but I didn't expect such a big surprise. The corner of the boy's mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. You can walk in the 5 and 8s. Which one of the 5 and 8s are you acting for? Or are you a candidate for the star god? Hey, little girl, you are very powerful. The blow that just got rid of the dream swallowed up a lot of information, so I can't be sure of your details. You don't need to know this. Qi Meng didn't have the slightest idea of communicating with him, and just replied coldly while preparing for the backhand. Little girl, don't be so indifferent. You want to complete the task, I want to go out, and we will inevitably solve the fog of history. Our interests are the same, and we are not enemies at all. The boy's tone became gentle, like a lullaby, making people unconsciously fall into confusion. But Qi Meng, who had been prepared, would never make the same mistake again. He directly connected to the bodhisattva picture in his own sea of consciousness, and easily got rid of the other party's hypnosis. After the failed attempt, the young man did not make another move. It was not because he had no way to deal with the little girl who seemed to have only the magical power, but was actually more difficult than many magical powers. Instead, he was worried that, if he really took action, Huang Jiagang would be attracted here. At that time, the other party would be determined to kill this variable from the outside world, and it would be even more difficult to escape from the historical fog. He stared at Qi Meng for a while, and said with a smile, "It's normal that you don't believe me. I will come to you again after you and your little lover have experienced several reincarnations. In addition, although I don't remember what I said in your dream, I do have good intentions, so what I said should be true. You can confirm it in this reincarnation." Before the voice fell, the figure of the boy was shattered like a dream, and then disappeared without a trace. Qi Fimeng did not relax her vigilance. After checking again and again with her special means, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until this time that she realized that the clothes on her back were soaked with sweat, and she also felt a wave of fatigue in her spirit. In this short confrontation of less than a minute, she actually felt more tired than being hit by Erlang's demon bliss. No, this metaphor is not appropriate. It was more tiring than fighting with many assassins. Qi Fimeng exhaled, took a step with her somewhat weak legs, and walked back to Zhao's house lightly. At this time, Zhao Chen had already returned from the garrison and was waiting in the bedroom. Seeing Fimeng with a fox face walking in with a pale face, Zhao Chen was shocked and hurriedly went to support her, asking with concern, "What happened? How did it become like this?" Qi Fimeng responded weakly, getting rid of the hypnosis of a Dangshan existence and devouring a trace of its spirit in the dream. There is always a price to pay. After that, she glanced at Zhao Chen and taught him a lesson. You are not vigilant at all. If someone pretends to be me to approach you, you are dead now. It's not easy to hide from me, especially pretending to be you to approach me. Zhao Chen muttered. You know, Qi Fimeng is also in his illustration book. Although he is not as in-depth and detailed as Zheng Qingyuan, he will never make a mistake. After all, as long as he uses his ability, he can show the relevant introduction, which is the most restraining of various transformation techniques. This is also the sublimation of the relevant abilities of the Starship Guardian. However, Zhao Chen quickly reacted to the meaning of Fimeng's words and asked in surprise, "Did you meet a certain Dangshan? He also pretended to be me? Is it Mahoraga?" Qi Fimeng nodded and sighed. If it was an ordinary disguise, I would be able to see through it, but it invaded my mind and wove a dream, which caught me off guard at the beginning. Therefore, I revealed a lot of secrets to it. But as we guessed before, even if it discovered our peculiarities, it did not choose to be our enemy directly. Instead, it showed a certain amount of goodwill. If I had not been so deeply entangled with Xingyang Temple and was worried about being discovered by it, I would have had a serious talk with it. Chapter 481. Chapter 491 Sword induces thunder to slay demons. Forgot to write the title. Although Zhao Chen did not know the reason for the conflict between Qi Fimeng and Xingyang Temple, he could tell from Fimeng's repeated plots to destroy Xingyang Temple and Xingyang Temple's relentless pursuit of her that they were mortal enemies. Mortal enemies that cannot coexist. Just like Blood Moon and vampires. Once Mahoraga is aware of Qi Fimeng's true nature, it may really attack Fimeng regardless of the consequences. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen considered and said, when the next reincarnation begins, it's best for us to separate, with me in the light and you in the dark. In this way, even if the demon still comes to my door, it will come to me. And I have some confidence in dealing with its hypnosis, and there is no conflict between my identity and Xingyang Temple, so it is easier for me to be feigned with him. As for the communication problem between us, don't worry. I will place a monk that I have exchanged for by your side. Qi Fimeng played with the ends of her hair, nodded and said, that's one way. Then our reincarnation this time will focus on observing the direction of events and verifying what the evil spirit said. At this point, she suddenly remembered that she had not yet told Zhao Chen about the conversation with Mahoraga in the dream, so she organized her words and quickly repeated what had just happened, and finally said, Mahoraga feels that, even if we enter the ruins of Chijin Mountain, we will not be able to find the Star God's relics, unless we can break some of the established destiny trajectories in the fog of history. And, it seems that it has to be broken by the right person in order for the key to morning light to appear. Well, I personally tend to think that it won't lie to us about this. The right people. Zhao Chen thought thoughtfully, it seems that it thinks we are the so-called right people. No wonder it asked you if you are the agent of the innate five-tay or a candidate for the Star God. I remember Master Chu you mentioned that only the five-tay and the Star God can change history. If that's the case, I can use the invisible magic soldier to mislead the evil spirit. By the way, I still have a black phoenix fire on me, which is a real gift from the Black Sun. As Zhao Chen spoke, His thoughts spread out, and he vaguely had an immature idea. Since the established fate needs to be changed, then it is enough to prevent a certain creature from being reset because of reincarnation, right? And the target, Mahoraga, seems to be very suitable. As long as it can be completely solved, the master will not be an obstacle to our completion of the task. Well, my star chariot should be able to do it. After all, as long as the evil spirit is sold in, its fate will be handed over to the star chariot, and it will definitely not be bound by the historical fog anymore. The only problem is that in the historical fog, it seems that it is impossible to force a sale, and it is impossible to occupy its ownership without consent. Then the only way is to cheat. Alas, it's a pity that the eloquent ability is just a spell, and it is probably useless against the Dark Sun existence. In addition, there is Femeng's trump card. I don't know if her trump card has reached the level of interfering with the reincarnation. It should be okay, right? Since the Bodhisattva picture can lead us into the historical fog, it means that it is inseparable from one of the 5 Te. Qi Femeng and Zhao Chen are in tune with each other, and they also smiled and agreed. I think so too. In this reincarnation, you try to be stronger, so strong that the evil spirit will feel afraid. In this way, its attention will be all on you, and it will ignore me. And I. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking, and just gave Zhao Chen a look, letting him understand it himself. The tacit understanding between the two made Zhao Chen instantly understand, and guessed the reason why Qi Femeng never said it out loud. Maybe once it is said out, and it is indeed a threat to it, it may be sensed by it. So, Zhao Chen smiled and changed the subject, saying, "It looks like there will be a big fuss tomorrow. Well, once I make a high-profile appearance, Master and Master Li will certainly be aware of my existence. Since I've been exposed, I might as well muddy the waters." Qi Femeng suddenly remembered something at this time, and said uncertainly, "In fact, I think that Dang Xuan did not have the memory of the last reincarnation at the beginning of the reincarnation. Maybe this is a process." "Oh, why do you think so?" Zhao Chen asked in surprise. "If this is true, then it will be much easier to plan when the second reincarnation comes. 2 aspects. First, it is the state of the evil spirit in the jackal. It seems to be getting closer to reality as time goes by, and the reason why it doesn't come out immediately now must be that it is suppressed by the fog of history, which prevents it from coming out easily. Since the fog of history will suppress it, other real people and demons will probably be suppressed as well. Most likely they just manifest themselves differently. The second is the attitude of the Mahoraga who pretended to be you in the dream when talking about the trajectory of destiny. It seemed to hate it very much, but it could do nothing about it. I don't know if it was intentional or subconsciously revealed as I had not enough time to do anything. It was because of this sentence that I became suspicious of it. But the time for reincarnation is nearly 2 days, and such a long time is enough for a Dang Xuan being to do many things. The reason why it complained like this may be because the memory is gradually restored. Of course, we can't rule out that it is deliberately misleading me." Hearing this, Zhao Chen nodded in realization, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "According to the Mahoraga spirit we captured, it can be seen that, although this kind of demon is cunning, its hobbies are very single-minded. It wants to gain your trust, then suddenly betray you, and feed on your regret and pain. So, some of the things it revealed in the early investment stage are still very credible. But no matter what, we still have to find a way to confirm it. Chijin Mountain is more than 20 miles away from Bingquan Town. The whole mountain is golden, but there are red colors from far and near, deep and shallow, undulating along the mountain. From a distance, one side is red like clouds, and the other side is golden like sunflowers. Reflected into the blue sky, the 3 colors are interdependent and particularly beautiful. The so-called color like cinnabar, brilliant like bright clouds, is just like this. In the early morning, Zhao Chen hid his real brother and sister, and with the help of Qi Femeng, he used magic to create 2 dummies to replace them. Although this could not hide the eyes of Dang Xuan and Zenren, it was more than enough to deceive Wu and other Gangsha monks. Just as Tiger Zibodi gave the order to Snake and other subordinates to start the blood sacrifice in an unquestionable tone, Zhao Chen no longer hid himself. The Liangai Taoist robe on his body suddenly glowed, and wings of water and fire grew from his back. The whole person suddenly floated in the air. The red gold cliff dances across the sky, and the sword draws thunder to destroy the demons. Chapter 482 Battle. Driven by the water and fire wings magical power released by the Liangyi Taoist robe, Zhao Chen, who had the face of Zhao Song, was still full of the power of magic power, even if he did not use the purple light ring to borrow power. Moreover, at this time, the small 5-element mixed element fire thunder pearl on his head was shining, bursting out with flames and thunders containing terrifying pressure. Under the guidance of the long sword transformed from the invisible magic soldier, it turned into a series of thunder and fire tilting down, like a meteor shower, which was spectacular. Boom. 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 These thunder and fire not only aimed at the blood sacrifice altars arranged in the 2 towns and 1 village, but also attacked the group of 4 evil hall at the same time. Seeing this scene, that was like a punishment from heaven, the snake, badger, hyena and others were so scared that their faces turned pale. If it were not for the illusory black line extending from the top of their heads being controlled by Lord Tiger, they would have found a way to escape long ago. This is the power of magical power. It was not something that their magic power, or even just the orifice refining monks could resist. But at this time, Lord Tiger Zibodu looked at Fox fiercely, wanting to question her. Is this the Zhao Song you said was completely controlled by you? However, at this time, Zibodu found that Fox had disappeared without a trace, and the illusory black line in his hand was also disconnected from the other party. Fox had a problem a long time ago. Zibodu was shocked, but it was too late to investigate at this time, because the thunder and fire in the sky was about to fall on his head. Zibodu's face was full of struggle, but it soon turned into determination, because his only way to survive was to sacrifice his rationality and ask Lord Tao Wu to give him more power. Although this is extremely dangerous, and even completely crazy, and transformed into a monster, it is better than being killed anyway. But just when he was about to make a desperate bet, a sigh came from his ear. Zibodu turned his head subconsciously, and then he saw that the godly who was controlled by him, easily got rid of the binding spell on his body. Then, a chaotic fire cloud rushed out from behind his head, turning into a barrier, blocking the sky above the crowd and the altars. The next moment, thunder and fire fell into the fire cloud, causing ripples, but then disappeared without a trace, or just merged into it silently. But the range it can cover is limited after all, and Zhao Chen is intentionally guiding it, so many fire thunder still successfully hit the target, destroying part of the altar that Snake, Badger and others had worked hard to build. Zibodu stared at this scene blankly, and he never thought that Li Hu and Zhao Song, who he had always thought he had in his hands, would be such terrible people. Then what is his action in their eyes? Clown. At this time, Tiger Zibodu had already vaguely realized that he was being used by Li Hu and Zhao Song. But why did the two of them fight again? Unequal distribution of benefits? But this hasn't opened the gate of the ruins yet. Just when Zibodu was puzzled, he suddenly found that the godly who looked over and heard the other party's cold voice, hurry up and hold a ceremony to summon Yazi. Hearing his commanding words, Zibodu subconsciously wanted to refute, but soon, the oppressive feeling from the deep imprint of his soul entered his mind, making him immediately realize that the Li Hu in front of him was actually a senior member of the 4 Evil Hall. Although this person is a senior member of my 4 Evil Hall, he is indeed using us as cannon fodder. Although Zibodu thought of this, he still had to obey the other party's order and responded respectfully, yes. After Li Hu gave Zibodu an order, he slowly rose into the air, and then condensed a pan-long stick in his hand, breaking a red and blue beam of light that was entangled with each other. That was the Liangyi Piemo Zuanguang, that Zhao Chen used the Liangyi Taoist robe. This magical power has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the effect of attack is slightly worse than that of defense, it is also quite good. But such an attack was broken by Li Hu with a stick. Even the knowledgeable Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly at this time and said, red-bearded dragon's pan-long fighting method? However, in Zhao Song's memory, the fragment of the fighting method that Li Hu gave him was not so strong. Li Hu did not answer. He looked at Zhao Chen with puzzled eyes and said in confusion, I really didn't expect that you, Zhao Song, would turn against us at this time. There is no reason at all. Don't tell me that you have a conscience. You and I have long lost that kind of thing. Did something happen that I don't know about? This sentence sounded like a question to Zhao Chen, but also like talking to himself. Guess. Zhao Chen chuckled, but he didn't stop attacking. The small 5-element mixed element fire lightning bead was fully unleashed, and red, orange, yellow, green, blue and other different colors of lightning flashed alternately, hitting Li Hu directly. But Li Hu just merged the fire cloud above his head into the pan long stick, and then waved his arms, dancing the fire cloud stick that was as big as a mountain. The stick waved 100 miles away, and the thunder was hard to approach. The divine power shook the heaven and earth. The stick seemed heavy, but it accurately hit every fire thunder of Zhao Chen, breaking them, or bouncing them away, or pulling them back. This power is not right. Even if Li Hu got the complete version of Panlong fighting method, it is unlikely that he can cultivate the top grade magical power in it. When Red Bearded Dragon fell. Although the stick does not have the substance of top grade, the combat power it shows is not inferior to the general third grade. Could he be the descendant of the Red Bearded Dragon? Yes, I remember that the result calculated by Master Li said that my stepmother has the Red Bearded Dragon bloodline, so her and Zhao Song's offspring can become the key. I thought this bloodline came from the stepmother's maternal line, but now it seems that it is probably inherited from Li Hu himself. He hides it really well. Well, among all the people who are planning the ruins of Chijin Mountain, I'm afraid he is the only one whose goal is to release the Red Bearded Dragon spirit. Unfortunately, he was also deceived by the arrangement of Evil God. Zhao Chen's thoughts raced as he knew that it would be difficult to defeat Li Hu with only the few magical instruments in his hands. Even if he had begun to borrow power from the magical powers in the Star Chariot and blessed him with the false 5th grade talisman, he was still no match for the magical power in front of him who was proficient in the fighting method. If he did not borrow power, with his current soul strength and magic power, he would not be able to exert the full power of the magical instruments, and might even be backfired. Moreover, the demons that are secretly observing here must have a certain degree of fear, right? Zhao Chen smiled slightly, and decided to open the one in his hand. Suddenly, an endless sea of blood spread out around him, and a bewitching blood-colored flower was slowly blooming from it. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. When all the petals were fully unfolded, a beautiful woman in red suddenly flew out of the pastil. The woman glanced at Li Hu, who was holding a big stick, and hitting the Liang Yi Piemo Zhuan Guang, and a sad smile appeared on her face. Then, she pounced on him, completely ignoring Li Hu's stick attack and the continuous fire cloud, and threw herself directly into the opponent's brow. This is the 3rd grade magical power blood demon mandala that Zhao Chen bought in advance with the golden box 5 keys. At the same time, Zhao Chen also stimulated the power of the Black Phoenix demon fire seed on his body, dyeing the blood sea around him with a faint layer of black. Although Li Hu's Panlong fighting method is powerful, it is not comprehensive in terms of defense. Moreover, he is facing the blood demon mandala, which is also a leader among the 3 grade magical powers. Therefore, Zhao Chen, who used the Dong Sui to spy on his flaws, succeeded in one blow, and fell into the Elysium world, temporarily losing consciousness. Facing Li Hu, who had no ability to resist, Zhao Chen did not hesitate at all, waved the invisible magic soldier, chopped off his head, and ended his sinful life in this reincarnation. At this time, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a sense of excitement from the invisible magic soldier. It was obvious that the act of killing Li Hu made it feel happy, and it even further opened up its use rights. In an instant, the terrifying aura of Yinfeng Zhenjin, the eldest disciple of Taishi Demon Lord, swept the entire Chijin Mountain area, but it was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. But at this moment, the Mahoraga who had been hiding in the dark, Huang Xianjun who was at the old site of the Golden Art Martial Arts School, and the Li family master who was attracted by the fluctuations of the Battle of Magical Powers, and recovered some of his memories, would not think that it was an illusion. It turned out to be the agent of the Taishi Demon Lord, or the patron of the Black Sun who usurped part of the power of the Taishi. The young man Zhaokin, who was essentially a Mahoraga, raised the corner of his mouth, and said silently to himself, although Mizingayan Temple and the Black Sun lineage have no friendship, we are not hostile. We can consider how to cooperate with them. Of course, we have to find out the specific purpose of Black Sun. I don't believe that he is just to recover the Star God relics. Well, in order to show my sincerity in this reincarnation, I have to help him stop Huang Jiagang and let him enter the ruins to check and confirm the news I revealed before. With this thought, Mahoraka suddenly revealed his true form of a human head and a snake body, and entangled with the giant who came with a big axe. On the other side, as soon as he arrived at the Red Gold Mountain, Li Jiazenren, who remembered the memories of several previous reincarnations, sighed helplessly. Among the several Dangsuan beings trapped in the historical mist, he had the lowest strength and the shallowest foundation, so it took the longest time to restore his memory. Almost every time, he would remember something after the blood sacrifice of 2 towns and 1 village began. Before that, not only did he not remember who he was, but he was also in a strange state of being there and not there, and other people, even demons, could not see him. This left Li Zuanhao, who wanted to get rid of the historical mist, with little time to try, and he would soon fall into the previous situation again. However, this time, he saw the dawn of getting rid of all this. Because there are variables joining the reincarnation. Even though this variable seems to be a member of the evil organization, since they are in the same boat now, they have to lend a helping hand to increase the changes brought by the variable. As for how to help, Master Li has also considered it, and his eyes are cast on the jackal whose aura is becoming more and more evil and more terrifying. Among the 4 Dangsuan beings, this thing is the craziest and most uncontrollable. He has to help the variable eliminate interference. While his thoughts were turning, Li Zuanhao secretly sent a message to Zhao Chen. It's useless for you to stop the sacrifice, because the arrival of Yazi is an established event. Even if the people of the 4 evil hall do nothing, Yazi will still wake up in the jackal. I'll stop it. My friend, go to the ruins as soon as possible to see if you can find the key of morning light. If there is still no result in this reincarnation, please find me by the giant river after the next reincarnation begins, and wake me up. As soon as the words fell, Master Li sent out a dazzling sword light, which was like a pillar of heaven, and smashed towards Yazi, who had just woken up, and had not yet figured out the situation. I have inherited the teachings of the saints, and I have collapsed the earth and the sky, to forge a river of swords. After a loud bang, a bottomless pit appeared on the mountain of Chijin Mountain. But soon, accompanied by an angry roar, a strangely shaped sword flew out of the pit and shot straight at the heavenly sword Li Zuanhao. After countless fights, Li had expected this. A Zuan net instantly condensed and covered the Yazi sword. Although it could not completely control the sword due to its insufficient grade, it also slowed down its speed. Seeing that the Dangsuan existences fought each other and successfully contacted the heavenly sword, Zhao Chen, who forced himself to look away, felt that the goal of the first reincarnation was almost completed, and he also unexpectedly got the opportunity to further unlock the invisible demon soldier, giving himself another trump card, which was a great harvest. Although he didn't have time to figure out why the invisible demon soldier was excited, what's left now is to go to the ruins to verify what Mahoraka said. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen glanced at Zibodu, who was being chased by the divine wind. He had released Wang Daoi long before he took action, and ignored it. He flapped the water and fire wings behind him, and in just a breath, he landed in the secret canyon in the Red Gold Mountain, and landed in front of a big door hidden in the mountain. He opened the Dangsui and carefully observed the door, confirming that this door was the same as the door leading to the Dangshan origin space in the Mermaid Kingdom. It was just the entrance to a passage leading to a certain space. There was little point in simply digging up the mountain. It is indeed a relic created by the evil god, and the method is similar to that in the Wu'ai Dangshan. That guy gained a lot in the Dangshan. I guess his requirement for the key was deliberately designed, after selecting the person to take the blame. I just pity my brother and sister. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends. When Zhao Chen was thinking, he suddenly found a fire spell coming towards him in his spiritual consciousness, but he was not panicked at all. After all, this kind of attack with only one level was not a threat to him at all. The mysterious light on the Liang Taoist robe flashed, and the flame disappeared without a trace. The person who attacked him also revealed his figure at this time. She was a woman with a slim figure, but because her face was covered in blood and her hair was tangled and casually scattered on her cheeks, her true appearance could not be seen. Zhao Song. Where did you hide Mana and Xia? Exclamation mark. Huh? No. You are not Zhao Song. Chapter 483 Entering the Ruins. The disheveled woman was Li Hu's daughter and Zhao Chen's nominal stepmother, Li Xialing. According to her original fate, she took the supreme induction pill at the risk of her life and became a powerful monk by chance, but was killed by Zibodu soon after. Then, she was controlled by Mahoraga and became a puppet. But in this reincarnation of fate, she didn't know from which time on, she gradually recovered her memory. Although she didn't understand why there was reincarnation, she tried again and again to save her two children, but always failed. And after many times, her experience in fighting has improved a lot, and this time she can even escape from the hands of the tiger relatively calmly. Knowing that her two children would be cruelly made into keys by her husband in front of this gate, Li Xialing ambushed here early, and in order not to be discovered, she was still in a special turtle breath state, and was unaware of the previous changes. Therefore, she was quite surprised when she saw her husband release the Liangyi Piemo Zhuan Guang, and did not bring her two children with her. This is different from the previous times. As a pillow partner for many years, Li Xialing is very familiar with Zhao Song. After just a few glances, she saw the flaws from some details of the action and blurted out, "Huh? No. You are not Zhao Song. Who are you?" And Zhao Chen also recognized the identity of the woman in front of him from the other party's voice. He was quite surprised. He really couldn't connect the delicate, gentle, and elegant Li Xialing in his memory with the current crazy woman-like appearance. Sister Hangsha's friend must have suffered a lot these 2 days. Zhao Chen sighed secretly in his heart, but he didn't plan to recognize him. Firstly, as the son of Zhao Song, he might be angered by Li Xialing at this moment. Secondly, after the historical fog is lifted, if people know that Zhao Chen has appeared here, it will be a lot of trouble. So, Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Madam, just think of me as another Zhao Song. This Zhao Song did not go along with your father, but found a way to kill Li Hu and hid your two children." After experiencing so many reincarnations, Li Xialing's mind is no longer the same as before. Naturally, she would not believe Zhao Chen's lies. She took a deep look at the man with her man's appearance and said in a slightly sarcastic tone, "It sounds good, but don't you still want to open the ruins? And my Xia and Mana, are they the keys?" While questioning, red flames rose around her body, and even a faint dragon roar could be heard. This is Li Xialing's red-bearded dragon bloodline is fully awakened. No wonder her fighting power grows so fast. You know, according to the results calculated by Master Li, she only got the 2 spells of 1000-mile sound transmission and dragon power from the valley after her magic power was promoted, and she didn't even have a major practice. Is she on the path of the bloodline sorcerer in the west? As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen continued to observe the door with the Dangsu eye, and responded with a smile. "Who told you that you must need a key to open this door? Isn't it?" Li Xialing was slightly stunned, and then stared at Zhao Chen, her blood-red eyes full of surprise and expectation. In her previous reincarnations, she actually used the power of the warriors in the town to successfully solve the people of the Four Evil Hall, but she still failed to save her children. Because not only her father and husband, but even the real people have to enter the ruins. This is not a victory that can be won by relying on numbers. Her children are the keys, which are needed by those masters, so they have no way to survive. If it weren't for her strong will, Li Xialing would have despaired long ago. But now, the man in front of her who appeared to be her husband actually said that there was no need to use a key to open this door. Indeed, there is no need. It was just arranged by a magical cultivator, and I have seen his method in other places. It is not a big problem to bypass the restriction by taking advantage of it. Zhao Chen answered with a smile, and he had a bottom line in his heart. He paused for a moment, then looked at Li Xialing and said, "But I need your help." Li Xialing immediately became alert when she heard it, frowned and said, "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Just give me some of that strange flame on your body." To be precise, what Zhao Chen wanted was the red dragon fire of the red-bearded dragon. Song Wayuru's arrangement of this relic was a replica of the origin space in the worry-free cave heaven. The gate of the passage to the original space can be used as the key with the Black Phoenix demon fire seed bestowed by the Black Sun. Zhao Chen is just following the example. This is not a problem for him as an investigator. Speaking of which, Li Hu also has the blood of the red-bearded dragon, but it has not yet fully awakened. If he can awaken his blood power, there is no need to create the so-called key. Li Xiaoling didn't know the inside story. Seeing Zhao Chen's firm words, she hesitated for a while, gritted her teeth, and separated a wisp of flame from her body, wrapped it with spiritual consciousness, and handed it to the other party. If what the other party said is true, then her children will not die tragically again. At least not in this reincarnation. After Zhao Chen took over the flame, he compared the structure of the gate in the illustration and carefully integrated the red dragon fire into the corresponding restriction. Silently, the door was opened a crack, and an inexplicable pressure emanated from the inside, almost causing Zhao Chen and Li Xiaoling to kneel on the ground. The power of Dark Sun? But it's rather superficial. Zhao Chen, who had seen many Dark Sun beings, immediately had some guesses in his mind, and was about to get into the passage through the crack. But at this time, a black wind with a bloody smell suddenly blew, and the strong malice fell on Zhao and Li, as if it were real. Zhao Chen did not dare to neglect it, and the Liangai Pomozuangang lit up again, to resist the invasion of the black wind. But the tornado formed by the black wind was like a dragon, with flying sand and rocks, and the sky and the earth were dark, and soon the Zhuanggang was hit and shaky. Zhao Chen even saw a thick darkness, which was constantly coming like a tide, sweeping his spiritual consciousness. In the duel of magical powers, in addition to the difference in grade, the artistic conception and the perception of the law, and even the intensity of the confrontation between souls, are also the key to victory or defeat. Zhao Chen suddenly had an epiphany, but he was not worried, because as a Star World collector, his defense ability had been greatly improved. With the notarization ability and the Star-Aft accessories, he could recharge his own defensive magic. As long as there were star coins, his defense would not be broken. Of course, with Zhao Chen's current strength, recharge had an upper limit and a limit on the number of times, so he did not just defend, but let the small 5-element mixed element fire thunder bead hanging above his head release 5-color lightning and fire again. Boom. 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 With the thunder exploding and the black wind, the true face of the attacker was finally revealed. It was a monster shaped like a tiger, with a human face, and a beast body, and fangs in its mouth. It was the image of Yu Wu, one of the 4 evils in the legend. It was just smaller in size, and the facial features were somewhat similar to that of Zibo, the crazy sand. It turned out that Zibo Du, who was being hunted down by Wang Daoyi released by Zhao Chen, had used the secret method of sacrificing rationality. Logically speaking, the power of Yu Wu he had received could even allow him to possess the power of Dark Sun for a short period of time, but the influence of the Yu Wu remaining in the historical fog was extremely limited, so Zibo Du, who had now turned into a monster, only had magical powers. But even so, Wang Daoyi was no match for him, so he broke through the sword formation, and rushed to the gate of the ruins. The moment Zhao Chen saw his appearance, he got the relevant introduction, and roughly understood the state of the monster in front of him, which was quite a headache. Because this kind of demons that have been transformed by the power of high-level existences basically have immortal bodies or immortal bodies, and non-targeted high-grade magical powers are difficult to get rid of. Although Zhao Chen was not completely helpless, he did not want to waste the magic powers he had purchased in advance. After all, even if he killed the other party now, he would be alive and kicking again in the next reincarnation. But the magic powers he bought were used and would not come back. Just now, he used the blood demon mandala to deal with Li Hu in order to mislead those Dark Sun beings. There was really no need to waste it now. Just as Zhao Chen was thinking about how to trap the other party, he saw the red flames on Li Xiaoling's body suddenly became stronger, and then he pounced on the monster transformed by Zibo Du. The latter's originally fierce eyes actually flashed a trace of fear. Did Li Xiaoling directly burn the essence of her blood? Did she not want to live? Looking at her skilled appearance, it seems that this is not the first time she has done this. In addition, would Tao Wu be afraid of the red-bearded dragon? Aren't they all demons from the Four Evil Hall? Well, the Four Evils may be the descendants of 4 ancient emperors. Could it be that the red-bearded dragon is one of those ancient emperors? As Zhao Chen was thinking, he heard Li Ziyaling's last words. Thank you for letting me know that my children can still be saved. Thank you for keeping Zia and Chenna away from a cruel fate for the first time. So, feel free to go in and find what you want. I'll help you block it. As soon as the voice fell, Li Ziyaling completely turned into red flames, covering the monster's body, making it roll back and forth in pain and bang its head against the mountain, but it was still unable to get rid of it. Hey. Li Ziyaling has probably experienced too much betrayal and use during this period of time, so she is willing to repay even my little kindness with her life. Of course, she also feels that there is another reincarnation. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen did not waste the opportunity that Li Ziyaling had fought for him. He flapped the water and fire wings behind him and flew into the door that had opened a crack. Above the red gold mountain, the giant raised his axe and tried to smash Zhao Chen in the valley he was in more than once, but each time the monster with a human face and a snake body in front of him took it with his body. Even though it was chopped and covered with scars and Dao wounds, the monster never dodged. It was not because it valued Zhao Chen so much that it was willing to fight for him, but because this reincarnation was about to end. No matter how serious the injuries were, they would soon disappear without a trace. Mahoraga, even if there are variables, you can't escape from this historical fog. The giant king you incarnated by Huang Jiagang also stopped attacking at this time and said coldly. Seeing that he stopped, Mahoraga naturally didn't want to be beaten unilaterally anymore. After all, its current strength was on par with Huang Jiagang. If it wanted to save the kid sent by Black Sun, it had to take the opponent's attack with its body. This was not an interesting experience. You have no say on this. Mahoraga glanced at the gate of the ruins and saw that Zhao Chen had already entered. He chuckled and continued, the right time, the right place, and the right people are already there. It's only a matter of time before the fog of history dissipates. You still forgot the right ending, right? Huang Jiagang sneered. The criterion for the right ending is based on the wishes of the right person. He is just here to complete the mission, so naturally it doesn't matter what happens. And I will help him change some of his predetermined fate as soon as possible. Mahoraga raised his lips and said, your help? Are you sure that's not a prelude to a backstab? After Huang Jiagang mocked, he was too lazy to say anything to the evil spirit. He put away his axe and prepared to wait for the end of this reincarnation. But at this moment, he suddenly heard something, and his heart moved slightly, but he didn't show anything on the surface. At the same time, the battle between Heavenly Sword Li Zuanhao and Yazi did not stop, because the latter was not a person who could communicate, and his strength was slightly higher than that of Li Zhenren, making him exhausted. Fortunately, this beast has only a few routines, and I'm familiar with them after so many fights. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Li Zuanhao just secretly complained, but he also seemed to hear something. The Five Emperor's true sword in his hand paused slightly, and almost let the sword of Yazi pierce through his chest. Although the reincarnation is imminent, it doesn't matter if he is pierced, but Li Zuanhao still took advantage of the situation of losing a move and directed the attack of Yazi to the Mahoraga in the air. Mahoraga didn't expect that Li Zhenren would do this, and Huang Jiagang suddenly blocked its space to dodge. It was not prepared enough, and was severely injured by the sword of Teoti. It almost couldn't even maintain its true body. This can't be said that Mahoraga was too careless, but in its consciousness, it really didn't make any sense to get hurt now. Except for disgusting it, nothing can be changed. But what it didn't know was that a hidden female correction secretly summoned a bodhisattva image and silently recorded something. I'm Yang again, my head is splitting, and I wrote this chapter with discomfort. Chapter 484, Relics. Song Weiru's Cave. After passing through the gap of the gate of the ruins, the first thing that caught Zhao Chen's eyes was a long passage. The top and left and right sides of the passage were pure darkness, a darkness that gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Only the stone steps were paved below, extending to the depths of darkness that were beyond the reach of the eyes. That was also the source of the dark sun pressure. The environment here is very restrictive to the spiritual consciousness, especially the darkness around, which seems to be able to swallow everything. In addition, the flying magic power seems to be unusable. While his thoughts were turning, Zhao Chen opened the Dangsu eye, but soon closed his eyes again, and rubbed his forehead with his fingers. Because just by taking a look, he felt that his soul power was gone by a small half, and the illustration ability could not include any content. What exactly is this darkness? Where did Song Wuyuru open the so-called relic? Although Zhao Chen was confused, he still took a step forward, and walked forward along the stone steps. Some things can only be distinguished from the false by seeing them with your own eyes. It was normal at the beginning, but soon, the sense of space around him became chaotic, which made Zhao Chen unable to tell whether he was going up or down, and he couldn't even notice whether the stairs turned. If there were no stone steps under his feet to guide him, he would probably be lost in this chaotic space immediately. After walking like this for nearly a minute, the darkness suddenly receded completely, and a small cave appeared in Zhao Chen's eyes. This cave is divided into storehouses, study rooms, quiet rooms and main halls. Although it is small, it has everything. There is a magical light on the wall, allowing the naked eye to see things. There is reason to believe that, before it was transformed into the so-called Song Tezu relics layout, Song Wuyuru probably lived in seclusion here for a period of time. Zhao Chen's attention was first attracted by the four-legged stand in the main hall. In addition to being the only furniture in the hall, there was also a golden and red long stick with dragon patterns carved on the surface placed on this golden and red stand. The pressure of Dongsun that he and Li Zieling felt before came from this stick. Panlong stick. Is this a magic weapon that imitates the basic magical power of the red-bearded dragon? No. Looking at its aura, it is very similar to the feeling that Li Zieling had after awakening the red-bearded dragon bloodline. Maybe it really got the power of the red-bearded dragon, or it was made by him personally. TSK. In order to make the ruins more realistic, Song Wuyuru is really willing to do it. That's right. He wants to deceive Master Dongsun. If he doesn't put some things that are truly related to the red-bearded dragon, even if he has the blessing of the earth kixing and the great magical power of Yang Wanhe, Fulio Kangsheng, he can't mislead Master Dongsun's calculations. Zhao Chen sighed a few times, but didn't touch the magic weapon Panlong stick. First, according to the introduction he got from his Dongsu identification ability, this thing weighs 13,000 kilograms in normal conditions. Without recognizing the owner, he doesn't want to humiliate himself. Secondly, in the countless reincarnations before, someone else must have entered this space. Since the Panlong stick is still here, it means that it will also be reset when the next reincarnation begins. There is no point in taking it away now. What's more, Zhao Chen hasn't been able to fully control the 3 magic weapons on him yet. One more is just a burden. After scanning the main hall again and making sure there are no other valuable things, Zhao Chen turned to the left-hand position and entered the warehouse. As soon as he entered the room, a strong metallic smell came over him, almost making Zhao Chen intoxicated. Because what caught his eyes were neatly stacked gold bricks and silver ingots and exquisite works of art. They were dazzling and made everyone who saw them feel as if they were in a golden dream. However, Zhao Chen was only shaken for a moment and returned to normal because although the treasures here were tempting, they did not contain any vitality. In other words, they were just ordinary metals and works of art and could not be exchanged for star coins in the Big Sun Star Chariot. After sighing regretfully, Zhao Chen stared at these treasures and thought to himself, the gold bricks and silver ingots have the seal of the Zhao Song government. These should all be the official silver at the time. And the same is true for those works of art. They are either sacrificial ritual vessels or products of official kilns exclusively for the royal family. These things should be part of the Zhao Song heritage that Song Wuyuru took from Wuiao Cave Heaven. He left the cultivation items for himself, but put all the worldly things here. Well, although gold, silver and artworks do not contain vitality, they are deeply imprinted with the mark of Zhao Song and are closely related to their fate. They are piled here to mislead others when they are calculating, right? At least if someone really divines the location of the Zhao Song heritage, this place will definitely occupy a place. Song Wuyuru is really good at tricks. Zhao Chen admired the evil god who he had never met before, but also became more wary. Gold and silver are good, but they are not what I need, and it's useless to take them away now. Zhao Chen shook his head, no longer looking at the wealth that would make ordinary people crazy, turned and left the warehouse, and walked straight to the book pavilion opposite. There were 2 rows of bookshelves in the book pavilion, but they were all empty, with only a book on the small table at the entrance. Zhao Chen carefully picked up the booklet, and found that it was written in Dao characters, so he used the translation ability of Investigator to interpret it. After a moment, he knew what was recorded in this booklet. This is the part of Dangyuan Huaying Shengsha and Shengshen's hang below the Dangsuan realm, which is the practice method of the great supernatural power demon king binding of the Kunlun Zikafang lineage. It's actually here. Where did Song Wuyuru get the complete supernatural power method? I thought he only got the Gangsha part of this method, which was the mixed Hua Giai Gaoji Yuan Shi Zenjing, that was deliberately released to lure Zhao Song and Li Hu into the trap. But since he has other complete first grade supernatural powers as an option, why does he still want to risk entering history? Oh, he probably can't accurately interpret the Dao characters, then it's okay. Thinking that no one before him could accurately interpret the Li family's 5 emperors Chaosin supernatural power, Zhao Chen felt relieved, and carefully recorded the contents of the booklet. External objects may be lost after reincarnation, but knowledge will not. Moreover, one of the conditions for the deal between Master Chu Yu and him was that a person who had learned the great magical power of Demon King binding body would help him get out of the painting. He also thought that Zhao Chen was the best candidate because he was not only a descendant of Emperor Taizu of Zhao Song, but also had the true meaning of Taichu and must have a connection with Dangyuan Huaying Shengsha and Shengshen's hang. Unexpectedly, Master's words came true. After recording the entire booklet in his illustration, Zhao Chen began to think about the intention of Song Wuyuru to leave this skill here. It should still be to mislead divination and calculation. The magic weapon Pan Long Stick makes this place connected with Red Bearded Dragon, and the gold and silver treasures with the Zhao Song brand strengthen the attribute of Zhao Song heritage here. And this booklet is to show that there are traces of the magical power of Demon King binding body here. With these 3 together, anyone would think that this is the place where Emperor Taizu of Zhao Song sealed the Red Bearded Dragon. After all, the calculations and divinations involving secrets or interference can only get some inspiration, not very specific. Zhao Chen, who said he had learned, walked out of the book pavilion with a thoughtful look on his face, and soon stepped into the last quiet room. The quiet room was simply decorated with only a stone bed and a stone table. It can be seen that Song Wuyuru did not have high requirements for the quality of life. If it were Zhao Chen, he would definitely decorate it as comfortable as possible, especially the bed. Zhao Chen's eyes passed over the stone bed and stayed on the stone table. The stone table is not big, but it is engraved with all kinds of mysterious and simple patterns, which faintly resonate with the laws of heaven and earth, as if maintaining something. In the center of the pattern is a Q-shaped groove. Such a large missing would make the forbidden magic array engraved on the stone table lose all its effects, but in fact, it is still playing a certain role. The missing thing is the key to morning light, right? In other words, this stone table is the core of maintaining the historical mist. Since it's still running, it means that the key to morning light is still there, but I just can't see it. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen reached out and touched the groove, but found nothing. Not only was the key to morning light invisible, it also seemed to not exist. Zhao Chen frowned, turned on the Dang Sui and carefully observed the stone table. After about half an incense stick of time, he sighed and said to himself, the right time, the right place, the right person, the right ending. So that's it. Then Mahorika should also have similar abilities to the Dang Sui. Or, the existence of Dang Sui has a way to see through the mysteries of the world. It is sure that I can confirm the truth of what it said by taking a look. Does it think that the black sun behind me will tell me? No, maybe this is also a test. If I can't even know this, then I can't be the right person. As Zhao Chen was thinking, he was about to take out the invisible magic soldier to try to see if destroying the stone table could lift the historical fog. Although if this method worked, then Mahorika would have left long ago. Grey-white mist suddenly appeared and spread at a very fast speed. Before Zhao Chen could react, He was submerged by the mist. The scene in front of him suddenly shattered and reorganized. When his vision was restored again, he was already in the familiar dilapidated Zen hall. Is this reincarnation? As soon as Zhao Chen thought about it, he heard Qi Meng's pleasant voice. Did you find anything in the ruins? Chapter 485. There won't be a third time. Zhao Chen came back to his senses after hearing the question. He looked at Qi Meng beside him, organized his sentences a little, and responded, "It's a big gain." Then, he told Qi Meng about his findings in the ruins in detail, and ended by saying, "The right time, the right place, the right people. These conditions are not a problem for us. The key lies in the right ending." Because I had preset the ending in my mind from the beginning, it actually increased the difficulty. Yes, the so-called correct ending is a goal that Zhao Chen, the right person, wanted to achieve at the beginning. That is, to try his best to save Li Zhiling and his brothers and sisters, as well as most of the residents of the 2 towns and 1 township, and to completely solve the Mahorga within 3 reincarnations and end its fate, in exchange for the Master's non-obstruction. The former is easy to say, but he is not sure about completely ending the fate of a Dark Soul, an evil spirit. What's more troublesome is that the condition of this correct ending is his original intention and cannot be changed. Qi Meng said meaningfully after hearing this. It's not completely hopeless. She paused and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, do you know? The prophecy obtained by Huang Jiagang has a few new sentences. Zhao Chen heard the elegant meaning of the music and did not ask her for the specific method, but cooperated and said, "Prophecy? What are the new sentences? It's neither a dream nor an illusion. Who can say it now, or in the past?" Mera finally entered extinction and turned into a bodhisattva. Qi Meng chanted in a rhythmic tone. "Not a dream, nor an illusion. Not a dream. Qi Meng, add to that Mera and bodhisattva." Zhao Chen's heart moved, and combined with the upper and lower sentences of the prophecy poem, he vaguely grasped something and gained a lot of confidence in the next action. Although the fate of the star god is uncertain, the prophecy given by the old man through the ceremony still made Zhao Chen feel at ease. Qi Meng did not explain much. After all, as the evil spirit of the Xinguan temple, the Mahorga is proficient in many heart realm magical powers. If there are too many discussions about it, it is easy to detect clues. After finishing this topic, Zhao Chen thought for a while, and then talked about the plan he had initially brewed before. This time in the reincarnation, I still play the role of Zhao Song, and use his identity to eliminate the monsters of the 4 evil hall, and in the subsequent contact with the Li family master, try to let him maintain a relatively positive image when he leaves the reincarnation. I don't want to whitewash him, but if he is identified as one of the culprits, then I'm afraid I will be implicated as well. After all, the other bad things Zhao Song did can't stand up to scrutiny. It would be better to give him a personality of repentance and trying his best to make up for his mistakes, and then die to atone for his sins after the fog of history is lifted. And since I have to play the role of Zhao Song, then I will be responsible for the correct ending of saving Li Zhiling, Zhao Zi, Zhao Man, and the townspeople. He didn't finish this sentence, but the implication was very obvious. That is, the ending of completely erasing the fate of a certain Dark Soul and demon would be left to Qi Meng. Facing Zhao Chen's inquiring gaze, Qi Meng just nodded calmly, appearing quite confident. Zhao Chen was relieved and added with a smile, "There is no need to be too stressed. This is just a rehearsal. The mission requires 3 reincarnations, which means we have one more chance to try and fail." However, before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Qi Meng also showed a surprised expression at the same time. Because in the spiritual consciousness of the two, the figure of Bei Lu, the maid who was a spy of the Taoist office, appeared. And she was seriously injured and was being hunted. No, this is wrong. When she came here last time, Bei Lu had obviously been hidden by a thug of the Sand Snake gang. So this time is different from the last time. Something went wrong. Or someone awakened the memory of reincarnation and triggered a chain reaction. But the new reincarnation has just begun. Zhao Chen was surprised and confused. He looked at Qi Meng and found that the latter's eyes were also confused. The two of them pondered for a moment and then tacitly left the Zen hall of Xiaoshan temple. One of them quietly dealt with the pursuers behind Bailu, and the other stunned Bailu and took her to the cave, where she hid in the last reincarnation. During this period, Zhao Chen randomly selected 2 enemies, extracted their souls with the Wanling token, and disguised himself and Fei Meng in their images. The souls that were put into the Wanling token in the last reincarnation, including Zhao Song and the fox, have disappeared without a trace. Not long after, when Bailu woke up, Zhao Chen once again took out the examination envoy identity token transformed by the invisible magic soldier, and asked Bailu to tell her about her previous experience. But strangely, what Bailu said, except for some of the wording, was no different from what she said in the last reincarnation, except that the content hidden by the Sand Snake gang was missing. It seems that there is no interference from the awakened who may exist. Such an answer made Zhao Chen even more confused, and he didn't understand what went wrong. But at this moment, Fei Meng suddenly realized something and suddenly asked, "What month and day is it today?" Bailu was stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand why the subordinates of the Lord of Examination would ask this, but she still answered honestly, "Today is the first day of April, but maybe it's the second day. I'm not sure. After all, I don't know how long I have been sleeping here." The first day of April. Zhao Chen and Fei Meng were shocked by this answer, because they remembered very clearly that the last time the reincarnation started, it was already the night of the second day of April, and this time the reincarnation started a day earlier than the last time. Exclamation mark. What's going on? Zhao Chen's thoughts were in a mess, and when he was trying to find a reasonable explanation, Fei Meng said solemnly, "Erlang, maybe we don't have the opportunity to try and make mistakes. This is already our 3rd reincarnation." Of course, while speaking, she also knocked Bailu unconscious again. This is already the 3rd reincarnation. Zhao Chen's heart was slightly shaken, and he thought of a possibility, blurting out, "You mean the opening animation we saw when we first came in?" No, the Battle of Dangsuan that we saw was the 1st reincarnation. But why was that reincarnation so short? And the next 2 were longer and longer? Fei Meng nodded slightly and said, "I guess so. As for why the time of reincarnation is getting longer and longer, this description is probably not accurate. It is more likely that we did not recover our memories until the Dangsuan War broke out during the 1st reincarnation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Investigators' Feedback. During the 1st reincarnation, it was not until the outbreak of the Dangsuan War that our memories were restored. Zhao Chen subconsciously repeated Fei Meng's words, then frowned and said hesitantly, "But why don't we have any memories of what we experienced before restoring our memories?" Although this was a bit awkward, Fei Meng obviously understood what Zhao Chen meant and had already considered it, so he spoke carefully. "Although I don't quite understand the principle, I have a rough guess. That is, after starting a new round of reincarnation, we are actually reset, including the state of our body and soul, which are restored to the state when we just entered the mission. But we are all special, and some core things are protected and cannot be reset. So after a period of pulling, the core part covers the reset part. This also results in us only being able to remember the memory recovery, or the things we experienced after awakening, but the process between resetting and awakening is lost. I guess the same goes for those Dangsuan beings, and your inexplicably awakened stepmother. This makes sense, and it's not too difficult to verify. Just go find the real people to verify it. But since it's the 3rd reincarnation, there's no point in finding out." Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully, then used his spiritual sense to scan the abandoned temple not far away, and asked in confusion, "Then why were we in the meditation hall of that small mountain temple when we awakened twice?" At the beginning of each reincarnation, the memories of you and me that have been reset should remain at the stage when we just started the mission. we will most likely choose to focus on reconnaissance in the first reincarnation in our cognition, and wait and see. And that small mountain temple is a good place to stay, and it's quite normal to be used as a temporary base. Qi Meng's eyes flickered, and she explained with a smile. Really? I always feel like there is something you haven't said. After all, although you are speculating, you are too confident. Just like many times before, you seem to know it suddenly. Zhao Chen looked at Qi Meng deeply, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he seriously thought about a logically clear speculation: the core things are protected, and the reset state is covered. Why does this description feel a bit familiar? What it means is that Meng, I, and those Darksuan beings are not completely controlled by the fog of history. Yes, the so-called core is protected. In other words, it can also be a state of not completely handing over the ownership. Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly shrank, and it was as if a lightning bolt struck his mind, illuminating the endless fog. Isn't this the same as the goods in the star chariot? Exclamation mark. Most of the people below the level of Darksuan in the towns and one village within the historical mist can be exchanged out, just like the monks I sold into the star chariot. But when I call them back and exchange them again next time, their status will return to the status when they were sold into the star chariot. The only difference is that the monks I'm exchanging now don't have their own thoughts, so there's no problem of returning memories. But just because we can't do it now doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. And people like me, Fei Meng, and those Darksuan beings either have a very high nature or have something special. In short, after entering the historical mist, by analogy, they are the kind of commodities that can negotiate the redemption conditions with the star chariot and have not handed over all the ownership, just like the two real people Qin and Shu. Well, or the weird Miss Shen is more appropriate. After being exchanged out, Miss Shen retained a high degree of autonomy, and she would not forget the memory of the last time she was exchanged. According to Fei Meng, this may be because she used her real state to cover the reset state. And according to the situation in the Star Chat treasury that I peeked into with the golden box 5 keys before, the goods of Star Chat are actually shrouded in a fog similar to the fog of history. Could it be that the so-called fog of history is really some kind of authority or magical power used by the star god to preserve the goods? But why can the innate 5 also use the fog of history? Do they have any close relationship with the star god? As his thoughts raced, Zhao Chen suddenly felt that the so-called area that was pulled into the fog of history was not mysterious at all. Wasn't it just like a cargo hold in the Great Sun Star Raft? And his next stage of position would be Star Cabin Supervisor. At this time, Zhao Chen suddenly felt his true essence surging. His magic power became unusually active and became more and more refined under the interference of an unknown force. In just a few breaths, he had the illusion that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of magic power and could try to break through the bottleneck at any time. Of course, this was just an illusion, because although the quality of magic power had improved, the quantity would still require some time to accumulate. But since the quality had been achieved, the quantity was actually just a matter of time, and it could also be obtained using some tricky methods, such as pills and dual cultivation, which could shorten the time required for accumulation. Conservative estimates show that in about a week, he would be able to try to break through to the 8th level of magic power. Is this the feedback from the investigator? So Rich, it seems that I have touched a big secret. It seems that not only collecting folk songs, but also exploring the secret roots of Dairi Xingcha can also help me master the historical mist is an objective existence, but no one can understand the details of the mysterious phenomenon. Exploring its roots, even if it is just a hypothesis without decisive evidence, also meets the requirements of an investigator. When Zhao Chen fell into deep thought, Qi Meng on the side also noticed his changes. In surprise, she couldn't help but sighed. You are progressing so fast. I think I have enough opportunities, but I didn't expect that I'm now half a step behind you. She didn't ask Zhao Chen what he thought of, so there would be such a big feedback. After all, it involves the other party's secret. He can choose to tell me, but I shouldn't take the initiative to explore, just like he won't explore my secrets. Qi Meng thought so. This is a tacit understanding between the two of them, and also a respect for each other. When Zhao Chen heard her words, he came back to his senses. He glanced at the unconscious Bailu, and brought the topic back to this mission. Since we have one less chance to make mistakes, but have nearly a day more time to use, then we need to fine-tune our plan. Chapter 487, Fight Again. Bingquan Town, in the secret room of the garrison. Li Hu and Zhao Song, who were sitting opposite each other, were pretending to feel sorry for Li Zieling's fate. But suddenly, their faces changed, because they noticed that an unknown force suddenly appeared, and quickly dragged them into an exquisite and elegant palace. In this process, Zhao Song and Li Hu did not want to resist, but their luck seemed to be extremely bad. Not only did they fail to achieve the expected results after several attempts, but they also restrained each other's means. For example, the golden seal of demon suppression used by Zhao Song under the blessing of the Jade Buddha interfered with the fire cloud released by Li Hu, greatly reducing its power, so that it could not affect the power that dragged him. For another example, Li Hu then displayed a dragon raw magical power, which interrupted Zhao Song's heart demon eyes, making his plan to materialize the heart demon entity fall through. In short, because of all the bad luck, Li Hu and Zhao Song could only watch themselves escape from reality and enter the inner space of a magical instrument. The one who attacked them was naturally Zhao Chen. In order to avoid making too much noise and letting the Dark Sun beings who might not have awakened at this time find out, he decided to preset the battlefield in the palace inside the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring. However, Zhao Song was not difficult to say. Although he had similar magic power, he was not a real magical cultivator after all. It was not difficult to pull him into the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring. At least it was very smooth during the last reincarnation. But Li Hu was a genuine master with the ability to fight against magical instruments, so Zhao Chen took out at least 1/3 of the bad luck accumulated in the fateful heavenly pond, one of the accessories of the star raft, and added it to the two of them. This made the two of them do more and more mistakes, drag each other down, and fall into Zhao Chen's calculations extremely unlucky. However, although the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring has a certain restraining power, it is more of a hiding effect, and it is impossible to trap a real supernatural cultivator. Therefore, as soon as the two entered the inner space of this supernatural instrument, Zhao Chen, wearing the Liangai Taoist robe and the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown Phantom, sacrificed the small 5-element mixed element fire thunderbead and let the 5-colored lightning and fire bombard Li Hu. As for Zhao Song, Qi Meng will take over. This is their plan after fine-tuning. Taking advantage of the extra day, the Mahorika has not arrived in Bingquan Town, and there is a high probability that there is no awakening gap, so they will take down Li Hu and Zhao Song in one fell swoop. At that time, Zhao Chen will not change his role as Zhao Song, and then put on an abnormal fox in the open, while Qi Meng will transform into Li Hu and hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to give the Mahorika a surprise. This is safer than simply attracting the attention of the evil spirit to Zhao Chen. Moreover, since this is the third reincarnation, as long as the mission can be completed, the impact cause now will be brought back to reality. Zhao Song is Zhao Chen's father after all. Although Zhao Chen will not recognize him, and there is no need to recognize him, Qi Meng still does not want him to bear the burden of patricide, so she decided to solve it. Speaking of the battle, Zhao Chen is naturally confident in facing Li Hu, the old opponent, because he has not only seen through the opponent's weakness in the spiritual protection level, but also can use more abundant means without outsiders. In order to mislead Mahorika and other cave profound existences before, Zhao Chen only used the magical power of the demon sect. Now, with the authority upgrade of the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown and the bonus of the false 5th grade talisman, Zhao Chen has no need to bother to deal with this kind of magical cultivator with obvious shortcomings. He directly used the slow word misleading god method and foolish word control heart method in the 12 methods of Heartlight, and relied on the false talisman to temporarily upgrade them to the level of quasi-magic power. This method will hardly have much effect on the normal practice of the supernatural monks, but it is quite fatal to Li Hu, who has the bloodline of red-bearded dragon, but has not fully awakened. The arrogance and obsession of red-bearded dragon eroded his spirit, but the bloodline, that has not fully awakened, could not provide him with the protection he deserved. At this moment, Li Hu saw that he had successfully released the red-bearded dragon and refined it into his own armor image, and then ascended to heaven in one step and achieved Dangsun. He saw him step into the Li family's blessed land and drive away the direct lineage. From then on, his branch was the only direct lineage. Seeing him ascend to the realm of Shengsun and create a new family, even the royal Ming family had to bow to him. Obviously, the slow god-controlling method and the foolish heart-controlling method magnified the arrogance and obsession deep in Li Hu's heart, making him lose his mind and fall into the beautiful dream that Zhao Chen had woven for him and that he was willing to see. But in reality, under the guidance of Zhao Chen's words, Li Hu put down the long stick in his hand, took off his armor, and let the invisible magic soldier transformed into a sharp blade pierce his heart. Ambition. Ha ha ha. Li Hu finally waved his arms and laughed 3 times, then suddenly softened and no longer moved. Zhao Chen had no fluctuations in his heart for his death at his hands again, and was too lazy to pay attention to his foolish fantasy. He just picked up the invisible magic soldier and observed it carefully, muttering, "Why is it not as excited as last time? Is it only effective the first time it kills? What's the principle here?" Yes, the recognition of Zhao Chen by the invisible demon soldier and the opening of more permissions for him were not reset after reincarnation. After all, the invisible demon soldier is a magic weapon, which is essentially equivalent to the Dangsun. The core things cannot be easily assimilated by the historical mist. After trying to communicate with the invisible demon soldier and being rejected again, Zhao Chen simply put it aside and watched Fei Meng deal with Zhao Song. Although Zhao Song is quite powerful and has the inheritance of multiple evil organizations, ordinary low-grade magical powers may not be able to take him down. But in front of Fei Meng, who even Zhao Chen cannot see through, he is not good enough. Even if Fei Meng did not show her trump card, she still trapped him in an illusion array with the added water moon illusion divine art. Then, Fei Meng began to chant. Zhao Song tried to break out of the array at first, but soon, his spirit became worse and worse, and he showed helplessness, anxiety, and depression with his naked eyes. In less than half a minute, his eyes were full of madness, and he no longer looked like a human being with wisdom. The next moment, with a bang, his head exploded. Buddha, your tight spell is actually the mumbling of Cthulhu, right? Zhao Chen couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. Chapter 488 Xiuling. Hearing Zhao Chen's complaints, Fei Meng took back the water moon magic technique and restrained Zhao Song's soul. She glanced at him and shook her head, saying, "This is the golden hoop curse, not the tightening curse." Then, she frowned and asked in confusion, "What is Cthulhu?" It's a kind of western bodhisattva I heard about before." Zhao Chen answered casually and changed the subject. "These are the magic tools left by Li Hu. You should familiarize yourself with them so that you won't be found out." As he said that, he handed Fei Meng the inner armor that Li Hu took off when he was controlled by the Kaizi mind control technique, and the magic tool transformed from his innate magical power. Speaking of it, there are roughly 4 sources of innate magic tools. They are born and raised, blessed by the powerful, forged by the master, and left by the magical power. And Li Hu's fire cloud stick is the last category. After the death of the magical power cultivator, his innate magical power has a certain hope of turning into a physical entity. Fei Meng took over the inner armor and the long stick, and gave Zhao Song's soul to Zhao Chen. She smiled and said with emotion, "I didn't expect to be able to deal with 2 monks with magical powers so smoothly. The bad luck in your cornucopia is really useful." She was telling the truth. If it weren't for the bad luck, even if Zhao Song and Li Hu were still no match for Zhao and Qi, they wouldn't have lost so quickly and miserably. They were in a passive position throughout the whole process, and didn't even have a chance to fight back. This may also be their calamity. Zhao Chen chuckled and sighed. It's a pity that the Dangsun can suppress its own destiny, so this method doesn't have much effect on them. No, at the critical moment, it may also play a big role. What's the saying? Well, the last straw that broke the camel's back. Fei Meng said meaningfully, while relying on the Wanling token to transform into Li Hu. Zhao Chen nodded silently, recalling the second half of the prophecy poem revealed by his master, and vaguely understood what Femeng meant. However, he did not ask more questions as before, and then used the Wanling token to transform himself into the appearance of Zhao Song again. After the preparations were completed, the two left the internal space of the Fengyun Harmony Ring and returned to the secret room of the garrison. The two behind-the-scenes masters who had been replaced from the inside to the outside while continuing the original chess game released their spiritual consciousness to sense every move in Bingquan Town. They were not afraid of being discovered by the Dangsuan beings. After all, the original Li Hu and Zhao Song were so unscrupulous. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression moved, and he frowned and said, "Therefore Evil Hall has started to attack Li Xialing. Well, judging from Li Xialing's condition, she should have been awakened. I will go to rescue her as planned, and capture that fox by the way. In addition, I will also test the reactions of the real people." Although Mahorika should not have entered the Red Gold Mountain area at this time, and should not be able to remember anything, it is not absolute. Hearing this, Qi Femeng scanned his face with a strange look, and when the latter felt a little scared, he nodded and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of all the open matters, and I will move into the dark." Although Zhao Chen didn't know what Qi Femeng was planning, he was willing to believe her, so he just nodded and disappeared silently in the secret room. After he left, Qi Femeng's expression became solemn, because she knew how terrible Mahorika was, and she was not very sure in her heart. Even so far, she has made enough preparations. But no matter what, she has to pass on this confidence to Zhao Chen, because only if the other party, the right person, believes that Mahorika will be destroyed, it can really be completely destroyed. But in this way, I will owe him again. When will this kind of fate be repaid? Qi Femeng sighed helplessly, but there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and she didn't even notice it. Bingquan Town, in the main room of the Zhao family mansion. "Li Xialing, do you think the people you arranged can really leave Bingquan?" As the charming voice reached her ears, Li Xialing looked expressionlessly at the concubine of her husband, her former dowry maid, and watched her walk into her room with graceful steps. Although this woman has a beautiful and elegant appearance, smooth and tender skin, which makes people feel inexplicable impulses at the sight of her, Li Xialing is very clear that it is just a skin of the other party, and her essence is the ghost of the master of the Four Evil Hall. As such scenes have been experienced many times, Li Xialing's heart did not fluctuate at all, and she even showed a contemptuous smile on her face. Not only did the fox fail to see the panic and despair of the other party, but she was also despised. Anger immediately rushed into her brain, and she said hatefully, "Li Xialing, I hate this kind of look of yours the most. Of course, I also hate your happy and excited eyes. You know, I'm the same as you, a concubine's daughter of a big family, but on what basis can you be favored and marry a husband who loves you very much, while I'm bullied and have to fight and grab everything by myself?" So, the moment I came to Bingquan Town and sneaked into the Zhao family, I decided to destroy you. Originally, Lord Tiger has always forbidden me to act rashly and humiliate you wantonly, but since you are still so arrogant, I can only disobey Lord Tiger's order this time and let you try what it feels like to have a little red lips tasted by thousands of people. Ha ha ha. At this point, she suddenly laughed morbidly. Who would have thought that Li Xialing just laughed at herself when she heard it and murmured, "Father's favor. My husband loves me very much." It's so ironic to think about it now. Although I was indeed happy and blessed, the fox was confused by these words, and the reaction she wanted was not this, so she continued to stimulate Li Xialing with the other party's children to satisfy her abnormal psychology. But at this moment, Li Xialing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she opened her mouth and sprayed the dragon flame that had just accumulated at the fox. The reason why she listened to the fox's abnormal speech again was to buy time to accumulate strength. After all, every time the reincarnation began, although her combat experience was still there, her body was only at the level of entering the mana. Even if she was already familiar with the method of extracting blood power, she still needed to let her body slowly adapt. On the other hand, although the fox was stimulating Li Xialing with words, she actually took certain precautions, guarding against the talismans or secret treasures from Yan Hongxia in the other party's hands. But she didn't expect that Li Xiaoling was actually already a mana cultivator who could cast spells with a thought, so she was caught off guard and sprayed by the dragon flame. The flames of the red-bearded dragon were so overbearing that, even though Li Xiaoling could only display 1/10,000th of its power, the fox was burned and screamed, rolling on the ground, and couldn't even concentrate. Li Xiaoling knew this arrogant and useless fox very well, and now she could easily deal with her. However, just as Li Xiaoling was about to further annihilate the opponent's soul, she suddenly felt the danger, and quickly flew back, and jumped out of the window into the yard. And where she was standing before, a layer of strange purple mist suddenly rose. In less than a breath of time, the flying insects and flies within the range of the purple mist fell to the ground one after another, turning into thick purple water. Poison mist technique. Zibodu. Li Xiaoling's mind flashed the origin of this strange purple mist and the name of its caster. As expected, the figure of Crazy Sand Zibodu slowly walked out of the black wind. He glanced at the fox who was twitching due to the dragon flame with an unpleasant expression, and then waved his long sleeves. The next moment, the flames on the fox went out by themselves, and the whole person returned to normal. She opened her eyes, and her pretty face was full of panic. She said hesitantly, "Lord Tiger." "Waste." Tiger cursed angrily, and then looked at Li Xiaoling, whose eyes were still calm, and frowned. "It seems that something has happened. Let me take over here." Before he finished speaking, his body turned into black wind and whistled out of the main room. Along with this black wind, a layer of ground in the main courtyard was directly lifted up, and the weeds with it, and the warm trees with it. Li Xiaoling had dealt with Zibodu's move countless times, but unless she fought desperately, she could only flee in embarrassment every time, and there was a 2/3 chance that she would not be able to escape. Anyway, I still have to fight desperately in the end, so I might as well fight now. Although I'm still a little short of mastering the bloodline, Zibodu has not sacrificed his rationality, and it is still possible to die with him. Just think of it as a celebration after successfully saving Xia and Mayana in the last reincarnation. Just as these thoughts flashed through Li Xiaoling's mind, and she was about to ignite her bloodline, a familiar and strange back suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, a mysterious light flashed, and directly dispersed the black wind. Familiar because this back belongs to her husband, the person who spent countless nights with her. And strange because Li Xiaoling knew clearly that at this point in time, her husband would not appear here at all, let alone save him. This could only be the mysterious man who appeared in the last reincarnation, and showed himself as her husband, and saved her 2 children. Hit by the Liangyi Pimo Zuanguang, Zibodu, who stumbled out of the black wind, spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow. He looked at the square face with a beard, and said in disbelief, "Zhao Song? You actually have magical instruments?" Fox screamed in disbelief, "Impossible. Impossible. You are obviously bewitched by me. How could you come to save this bitch?" Zhao Chen was too lazy to talk to the stupid fox, so he stretched out his hand and dragged out a small yellow cloth flag from the void. He just shook it with one hand, and the soul of the fox involuntarily escaped from the body and fell into the flag. This is the Tewei Huang flag, one of the 8 prototypes of Zhao Chen's innate spells. After he was promoted to the magic power realm, it can shake the soul and forcibly collect the spirit, especially for things like foxes, where the soul and the body are not matched. And because this is an artifact spell, it is not afraid of being exposed to the eyes of those who are interested. After all, it is not a real innate spell, and it is difficult for outsiders to tell whether it is a spell or a magic weapon. Seeing that his men were captured in one move, Zibodu didn't dare to stay any longer. While Zhao Song was still not free, he immediately controlled the black wind and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Chen did not stop him. It was not because he could not do it, but because he still had some use for this man. After all, once he died, the jackal's power would probably go out of control immediately. This would be detrimental to his and Fei Meng's subsequent plans. His main purpose of coming to help was to capture the fox and ensure that Li Xiaoling would not die. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen turned his head and was about to greet Sister Hangsha's friend when he saw her eyes gradually moisten and tears were as crystal clear as dewdrops, dripping down one by one. Then, she murmured in a tone that was almost like a dream, "If you were really him, it would be great. Unfortunately, I really wasn't." Zhao Chen blinked, pretending that he hadn't heard it, coughed, and said solemnly, "Mrs. Li, you must protect yourself, and don't easily use the trick of dying together. Because this may be the last reincarnation." Hearing this, Li Ziling looked up in surprise, and didn't even have time to wipe her tears, and asked anxiously, "Really? Well, as long as I can succeed, the reincarnation will soon be over, and you can return to normal life." Zhao Chen nodded. "Just call me Ziling." Ziling said firmly, "I don't want to be surnamed Li anymore, nor do I want to admit that I'm his wife." She paused and wanted to ask about Zhao Chen's true identity, but she held back and said, "Do you need my help? You still need your red dragon fire seeds to open the door." Red dragon fire can be regarded as a magical power in a sense. Taking out its seeds will cause great damage to Li Ziling, but this smart and determined woman did not hesitate at all and nodded directly, "Okay. However, I still need to wait for a while for me to adapt to this reincarnation body. Even if I want to separate now, I can't do it." "No problem. Just give it to me before going to Chijin Mountain." Zhao Chen smiled and didn't care. "By the way, I have hidden your son and daughter in a hidden and safe place. Do you want to go and have a look now?" The place he was talking about was naturally the internal space of the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring. Li Ziling's eyes flashed with a trace of yearning, but she quickly shook her head and said, "No, I believe you. And if we go to see them now, that hidden place may no longer be hidden. That will only put Zia and Mayana in danger." Chapter 489. Demonic Evil Appears. In Bingquan Town, in the secret room of the garrison, Zibodu was meditating to heal his wounds. After the tiger of the four evil hole turned into Blackwind and triumphantly entered Zao's house, he did not immediately run back to his hiding place, under the premise that the fox was caught by the other party. Their secret base was no longer safe. So, after a little thought, he quietly sneaked into the garrison not far away, wanting to play a darkness under the lamp. In addition, Li Hu and Zhao Song's two children were hidden here by him. He felt that he had not completely lost, and there was still a chance to turn the tables. In his opinion, Zhao Song hid so deeply because of the fox's incompetence, and Li Hu had been under his personal control since the death of the worshipper, so there was no problem. He didn't know that not only did the original Li Hu play him in the palm of his hand, but the current Li Hu was directly replaced. Well, the same goes for Zhao Song and Li Ziling's children, who, after suppressing his injuries and temporarily stopping his work, Tiger exhaled a breath of foul air, then checked Li Hu, who was stunned by his magic, and confirmed that he would not wake up in a short time. Then he used the secret method to summon several ghosts under his control. Although doing so would reduce their compatibility with the skin and shorten the use time, the situation was urgent at this time, and he could not care so much. Several black transparent shadows emerged, and they were a little confused at first, but after seeing Lord Tiger, they quickly saluted. Zibodu waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." As he spoke, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "Things have changed. The idiot fox has let Zhao Song out of control. We have to prepare the ceremony in advance and let Lord Yazi come." The black shadow belonging to the snake said with some embarrassment, "But Lord Tiger, we still need at least one day to connect the sacrificial array of the two towns and one township. What's more, the array that conceals the breath has not yet started. One day. Since Zhao Song is out of control, the strong man from that government office may arrive at any time. We can't wait that long." Lord Tiger said angrily. Although Snake was frightened and trembling with fear by the roar, he still forced himself to remain calm and asked, "I wonder when Zhao Song escaped from control?" Seeing the question, Tiger frowned, but knowing that Snake was thoughtful, he told him what had just happened. Finally, he said uncertainly, "Zhao Song seems to have a magical weapon that can be used for both offense and defense. Maybe he has not been controlled from the beginning." Hearing this, Snake immediately felt relieved and said with a smile, "In that case, you don't have to worry too much about him reporting to the police. Because if he really wants to report to the police, we will not have a chance to control Li Hu. The reason why he suddenly took action this time should be to save Li Ziling. She is his wife after all." It seems that Zhao Song still likes her very much. Tiger also came to his senses now. His eyes flashed and said, "You mean, he also wants the ruins in Chijin Mountain? Your Excellency is wise." Snake flattered him and continued, "Maybe we can try to cooperate with him." Cooperation. Zibodu repeated in a low voice, hesitantly. "How do you know that he is really interested in the ruins? If not, wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we contact him again? It's very simple to verify. Your Excellency, you might as well try to contact Fox and see if the connection between her and you is still there. If Zhao Song really has the intention to cooperate, he will not annihilate the soul of Fox." The snake responded with a smile. Hearing this, Zibodu nodded and then moved his fingers slightly, as if fiddling with something. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he praised, "You are still smart. Zhao Song really has the willingness to cooperate. Hey, this man is really strange. He is willing to give up his children, but not his wife." The snake was not surprised by this, and said confidently, "He already has 2 grown-up sons, so naturally he is willing to give up the 2 younger ones. And Li Zieling is a hidden magic cultivator, and she is also his bedside person, so her value in his heart is naturally higher." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and after a pause, he reminded, "Of course, we cannot rule out that he is pretending to be nice to us in order to get his 2 children back." Zibodu didn't care about this possibility and sneered, Why should I care about him? Exclamation mark. As long as he doesn't immediately ask for help from human, it will be fine. He is pretending to be friendly with us, so am I not pretending to deal with him? Anyway, when Lord Yazi arrives, he will be out." As he said this, Zibodu once again set his sights on Snake and smiled gently. "Since it is your idea, then you should contact Zhao Song to discuss cooperation matters. As for the work in your hands, hand it over to Badger first." He never planned to really cooperate with Zhao Song, so he naturally would not put himself in danger to avoid being detained by the other party. Snake didn't expect that this matter would fall on him in the end. He certainly understood the risks, but under the burning gaze of Lord Tiger, he could only bite the bullet and respond, "Yes, sir." On the bank of Jian River, Li Zuanhao, who was handsome and had a temperament as sharp as a sword, looked at the flowing river with a blank face, constantly thinking about who he was and why he was here. But he couldn't remember it. He only vaguely remembered that he was here to stop something or was waiting for someone. Just then, he saw a tall, strong, and thickly bearded man walking towards him. Li Zuanhao didn't care at first. He had seen many such people before, but they didn't notice him. Even if he took the initiative to talk to them, they would be ignored. However, what he didn't expect was that the man with a beard stopped 1 meter in front of him. The man looked around for a few times, and then his eyes locked on him. Although he still missed his eyes, Li Zuanhao was sure that the other party must have discovered him. This made the Li family master excited inexplicably. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the man telling a story about a demon organization trying to open the ruins of Chijin Mountain, and the Li family master came thousands of miles to help and stop the demon conspiracy. The bearded man was naturally Zhao Chen with the face of Zhao Song. He came here according to the agreement with Li Master in the last reincarnation. Although Zhao Chen's Dark Eye could not see Li Zenren's figure due to the power of historical fog, he found out his approximate location in another tricky way. That way is to use the identification ability of the collector obtained in advance to detect the value of the nearby space one by one. Although Li Zenren could not be detected, his own value would not disappear. Once the direction of the abnormal value was determined, it would be natural to find where Li Zenren was. After that, Zhao Chen began to tell the cause and effect of the Chijin Mountain incident. Although he didn't know whether this method could make Li Zenren awaken in advance, he believed that even if it couldn't, with the wisdom of a real person, he would make the right decision. After getting so much information, even the other party could speculate more than he knew, and Zhao Chen didn't expect much from him. As long as he could hold Yazi tightly and prevent it from becoming a variable, it would be fine. After all, others can be relied on but not reliable. The key to the task still needs to be checked by himself and Fei Meng. Since the sun had risen, and the Mahoraga could arrive at any time. Zhao Chen did not stay by the giant river for long. After telling the story of Chijin Mountain, he turned around and left, leaving Li Zuanhao alone standing there, thinking quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the eyes of the Li family's sky sword suddenly became sharp, and he turned his head to look at a steamship that seemed to appear out of thin air on the river. On the deck of the ship, a young man was leaning against the railing, leisurely watching a farce of a couple fighting. In the living room of the Zhao family's house, Zhao Chen looked at the man in front of him who was 1.9 meters tall, with high cheekbones, a pointed top of the head, a pointed chin, and a head that looked like two bullets turned upside down together. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yellow Pine Gunner Jia Zhengming, Yan Sanxia's registered disciple. It was his duel with his master that made me realize the different scenery of this world when I first crossed over. Unfortunately, the real Jia Zhengming is probably dead, and this one is just Zibodu's accomplice. With this thought, Zhao Chen was too lazy to talk to him anymore. If it wasn't the right time, he really wanted to use the Tewei Huang flag to shake out his soul. Go back and tell Zibodu that cooperation is fine, but I want 80% of the treasures in the ruins, he said in an arrogant tone. Snake, or Jia Zhengming, knew that Tiger was going to cheat the thieves, and he could agree to any conditions, but in order to avoid being suspected of his sincerity, he still tried to bargain, and finally got 40% of the share of For Evil Hall, and then left satisfied. After he left, Li Ziling and the lifeless-eyed fox walked out of the inner hall, bowed as if a wife and a concubine were paying respects to the head of the family, and asked, "The people from the For Evil Hall are planning to stabilize us temporarily and wait for the Yazi to come before taking action, right?" After experiencing many reincarnations, Li Ziling knew these simple-minded guys in the For Evil Hall very well, and knew that the only one who could be said to have some strategy was the snake just now. Don't worry too much about the Yazi matter. Someone will naturally destroy the magic arrays in the 2 towns and 1 township. Although this cannot prevent the arrival of the evil spirit, most of the townspeople should be able to survive. Zhao Chen responded casually, and then explained, "I cooperate with them to minimize variables. Or in other words, to keep the uncontrollable factors in our hands." Li Ziling smiled and shook her head gently, saying, "No need to explain, I believe you." As she spoke, she looked around and said with a dazed look in her eyes, "Do you know? Before you appeared, how long has it been since I could eat and rest so peacefully at home? Every time reincarnation wakes up, I will be chased away everywhere, and I will be in danger all the time. That's fine. What's even more uncomfortable is the despair and pain that goes deep into my bones. There were several times when I almost collapsed completely." Zhao Chen recalled her disheveled appearance during her last reincarnation, and he was quite sad. This stepmother had never suffered since she was a child, and after getting married, she had been pampered and lived a comfortable life. This period of reincarnation must have been quite difficult for her. Thinking of this, he comforted her in a soft tone. "Everything will pass, and you will be able to resume your previous life soon." "Previous life?" Li Ziling murmured, and then smiled sadly, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "No. I can never go back to my previous life. I can no longer accept the false happiness and joy I had in the past." If this was the plot of a TV series in the previous life, she would be in the prelude to blackening now, right? Zhao Chen touched his chin, not knowing how to comfort her, mainly because his true identity was a bit embarrassing. "Well, let's wait until the historical fog is lifted, and then let Sister Hangxia, a close friend, do it." After chatting with Li Ziling for a few more words, and asking about her progress in mastering the bloodline, Zhao Chen said goodbye to his nominal wife and concubine, and came to the study in the front yard. As soon as he stepped in, his spiritual consciousness suddenly noticed something wrong. He turned his head and looked at the inconsistent place. He saw a young man with an ethereal temperament, handsome appearance, and a familiar face standing in front of a landscape painting. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, the young man turned around and said with a smile, "She has become dependent on you, but she still has resistance in her heart. If you want to get her, I can help. After all, she became a mana cultivator because of the position I bestowed on her. It was you who gave Li Ziling the 7th grade talisman." No wonder there is a 1,000-mile sound transmission in her life magic that has nothing to do with the red-bearded dragon. However, since she has completely awakened her bloodline and embarked on the path of a bloodline sorcerer in the West, the influence of your talisman position is minimal. To put it simply, the high-level talisman position in her bloodline has covered your 7th grade talisman. Otherwise she would not have been able to awaken her memory in reincarnation. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen did not respond to the other party's words, but asked knowingly, "Mahoraga?" At the same time, he also recognized the identity of the young man in front of him. He was the boy from the pair of boys and girls that he asked Wang Daoyi to rescue from Cheyugang at Human Wharf. He remembered that his name seemed to be Zhaokin. "You really know me? Did Black Sun tell you? Or was it Fusang Fallen Divine Tree?" The young man was not surprised and still had a smile on his face. Zhao Chen's expression changed slightly and he asked back without comment, "How to achieve the correct ending?" The young man smiled and said meaningfully, "It depends on what mission you came in with. Your initial wish determines the direction of the ending." Chapter 490 Backstab. It is consistent with the information I have investigated. But I always feel that this Mahoraga seems to be too cooperative and easy to talk to. Even if I'm the so-called right person, even if there is Black Sun behind me, won't it try to take the initiative and the cooperation? Well, according to Fei Meng, this evil spirit seems to like to open up to the target first, but stab it in the back at the critical moment. Is there a conspiracy hidden this time as well? After all, Xing'an Temple is different from reckless organizations such as Four Evil Halls and Moon Worship Sect. If you are not careful, you may fall into the trap. The only good news is that it can't invade my mind. Otherwise the Shazai Abbot of Xing'an Temple would be a lesson for it. Speaking of which, it seems that only Fei Meng can successfully read my mind without being backfired by Dairi Xingcha. Why can't she be suppressed by demon sealing red pen? Is it because of my acquiescence in my heart, or because of the deal between the Bodhisattva behind her and Xingcha? Although he thought a lot at once, it was actually only a moment. Zhao Chen did not reveal any flaws on the surface. He just asked curiously, "My mission?" Naturally, it is to get the Star God's relic. But if the correct ending is not achieved, that thing will not appear, right? Mahoraga, who appeared as the young Zhaokin, looked at him with a smile, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides the Star God's relic, do you really have no other purpose?" "Other purposes? Of course, to kill you." Zhao Chen muttered to himself and just forced a not so sincere smile on his face, but said nothing. He felt that his good eloquence would most likely not be able to influence the evil spirit in front of him, and lies could easily be seen through, so it was better to smile and say nothing. Mahoraga did not intend to end the topic, and said in a seductive tone, half joking, half tentatively, "For example, the Madam Li in the back house. You disguised yourself as a patriarch of the Zhao family and saved her when she was desperate. It's obvious that you were planning to win her heart. This should also be part of the correct ending you constructed, right? Your analysis is outrageous. But it's normal for Mahoraga to guess this without knowing my true identity and true purpose." When Zhao Chen was complaining in his heart, he heard the evil spirit continue. "It seems that Black Sun is also interested in the secret of red-bearded dragon. With this Madam Li whose bloodline has awakened, there is a greater possibility of finding that secret. So this is what you thought my hidden purpose was?" Zhao Chen was slightly stunned and took a defensive posture, as if the other party had really guessed it. Your acting skills are not up to standard, and this may only be your secondary goal. Otherwise the correct ending should have been achieved. Even if I didn't do anything, Madam Li would have had some subtle feelings for you." After Mahoraga chuckled, he suddenly stared into Zhao Chen's eyes and said in an inductive tone, "So, what is the main outcome you want to achieve? Get a body of a Dangsuan being." Zhao Chen answered subconsciously without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, he showed an expression of shock, annoyance and other emotions intertwined. At the same time, he looked at Mahoraga with more vigilance. Of course, this is the play that Zhao Chen really wants to play. If he wants to deceive a Dangsuan being, how can he not prepare a plan in advance? And replacing his current real goal with something he wants to accomplish from the bottom of his heart is the arrangement Zhao Chen made in advance. After all, with Fei Meng, who knows Xinjiang Temple very well. Zhao Chen knows what the other party will do when they find that they can't read minds, and he has conducted targeted drills one by one in advance. This kind of mental deterrence magic is naturally among them. Unfortunately, Mahoraga didn't know that Zhao Chen had the abilities of immunity to fear and mental protection, so its trick didn't actually have the expected effect. As for the goal of obtaining a body of a Dangsuan being, it was one of the conditions mentioned by Master Chuyu during the transaction, and naturally it was the task that Zhao Chen wanted to complete. I see, the body of a Dangsuan being? You really dare to think about it? Ha ha ha. Mahoraga laughed loudly, as if he was mocking Zhao Chen's self-importance, and seemed to be very happy that he finally figured out the conditions for the correct ending. After laughing for a long time, it restrained its expression again, and asked in a voice without any emotion, did you originally plan to take Li Zuanhao from the Li family, or Huang Jiagang from the Yuan sect? Or me? As for Yazi, it didn't even mention it. That thing was not a real Dangsuan being at all, but just a puppet that temporarily descended power and had no value. But Mahoraga was different. It was the descent of the main soul, so its container actually had the characteristics of a Dangsuan master in reincarnation after reincarnation. I have considered you. Zhao Chen answered very honestly. This is both a truth and an evasion. At the same time, he has actually separated a spiritual consciousness into the star chariot, ready to use a backup plan at any time. But the Mahoraga laughed again after hearing this, nodded and said, very honest, I like young people like you. However, you set me as your target, but you found the wrong person. Although my body has the characteristics of Dangsuan, and can bear some of my power, it is not a real Dangsuan after all, and does not meet your requirements. It paused here, showing a half smile again, and then said, in this way, I can help you take down Li Zuanhao or one of the Huang Jiagang, but the means to completely end fate requires you, the right person to do it. Well, you should have it, right? Yes. Zhao Chen did not hide it and nodded. Just sell it to the star chariot. Really? Mahoraga looked at Zhao Chen deeply, and then asked, so do you choose Huang Jiagang or Li Zuanhao? Zhao Chen pretended to hesitate, and finally said, I choose Li Zuanhao. Why? Mahoraga asked curiously. Because last time in reincarnation, you didn't seem to be much stronger than that Huang Zhenren. Zhao Chen said bluntly. That's because I didn't use desperate means. After all, there will be another reincarnation, so I don't need to take it seriously, right? Mahoraga sneered. I don't know if it's true or just bragging. I hope that the master and Li Zhenren can let him reveal more, so that Fei Meng's trump card can be more certain. While thinking about it, Zhao Chen did not discuss the details of the action with the demon in front of him. First of all, they lack trust in each other, and it is impossible for them to tell their trump cards and plans without reservation, so there is no way to talk about details. A general direction is enough. Secondly, Li Zuanhao and Huang Jiagang are both real people. They talk too much, and they will definitely be noticed at such a close distance. Therefore, after Mahoraga determined what the correct ending was, and learned his choice from Zhao Chen, he left quietly. Zhao Chen looked at the place where the other party had just stood in the study, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Can this really be hidden from a real person? Even if I have the star chariot to cover it up. But compared with Song Wayuru's series of true and false arrangements, this is too easy, right? It is still the red and bright Chijin mountain, and it is still in front of the valley with one side red like clouds and the other side golden like sunflowers under the reflection of the morning sun. As soon as Zhao Chen, Li Ziling, and the four evil hall arrived here, Tiger Zibodu secretly gave the badger the order to sacrifice. But the blood color that should have permeated the sky over Bingquan Town, Chijin Town, and Jinwen Township did not rise as expected, as if the sacrifice ceremony had completely failed. Seeing this, Tiger immediately shouted in exasperation, Badger, what's going on? Didn't you say infallible? But Badger raised the corners of his mouth at this time, and said with a strange smile, yes, infallible, but 9,999 are failures. As soon as the voice fell, his neck tilted, and he completely lost his voice. Seeing this, Tiger Zibodu, Snake Jia Xingming, and others were stunned in place, not knowing what went wrong. But then, they reacted and stared at Zhao Chen and Li Zhiling. Only the two of them had the motive and the ability to play tricks. Zhao Chen chuckled and teased, "It seems that you can't control your subordinates either." At the same time, he was sighing in his heart. Fei Meng had quietly taken control of the badger from the tiger. It seemed that she had made great progress in the Four Evil Hall classic Zhuan Shenyang Xiang D4 Saints wonderful scripture. Since the relationship had been torn apart, the tiger obviously did not intend to pretend anymore, and immediately ordered his men to surround Zhao and Li. But at this moment, the jackal seemed to have a problem. Cracks appeared on its body surface, and it quickly disintegrated into countless flesh and blood, merging with the blood-colored mist that came out of nowhere. Only a few seconds later, accompanied by the violent shaking of the valley, a jackal-like dragon head, with cracks and blood all over its body, as if it was a huge monster made up of pieces of flesh and blood and organ fragments, was formed. It was a Yazi. Its awakening was actually much earlier than expected. Seeing it appear, Tiger was naturally very happy. After respectfully calling out Master Yazi, he looked at Zhao Chen viciously, as if to say, "See how you die." Although Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised by this, it was not too strange. After all, he had a tacit understanding with several Dongsuan beings, and some butterfly effect was normal. With a slight movement in his heart, Zhao Chen turned his head away, not looking at the true body of Yazi, and instead dealt with the sudden attack of Li Hu and the siege of the Four Evil Hall as in the last reincarnation, while paying attention to the development of the surrounding situation, and assisting Fei Meng in launching a sneak attack. As for Li Zhiling, Zhao Chen asked her to hide temporarily. After all, a cultivator of this level of battle was not qualified to participate. And soon, Master Huang Jiagang appeared in front of everyone again as a giant, and the huge mountain-splitting axe chopped out a series of divine lights that destroyed the world. But he was once again blocked by the human-headed snake body monster that suddenly appeared. On the other side, accompanied by the poem, Heavenly Sword Li Zuanhao also flew from the sky, and with one sword, he pressed the newly revived Yazi into the ground. Everything seemed the same as the last reincarnation, but soon there were some differences. That is, behind Li Zhenren, there was another figure who appeared at some point. Although it was just a little girl with an ethereal temperament, the aura on her body was no weaker than that of Li Zhenren. Zhao Chen, who was secretly watching the battle, frowned because he recognized the little girl. She was Zhao Qin's sister Zhao Jin. When the two siblings were hunted by Che Yugang, it was he who sent Wang Daoyi to rescue them. Unexpectedly, both of them became the vessels of Mahorika. Is this its backup? The state of desperate struggle? Zhao Chen was thinking, but he saw the little girl stretched out her tender palm and pressed down on Li Zhenren, who seemed to have no defense. Huang Jiagang, who discovered this scene, wanted to rescue, but was entangled by the monster with a human face and a snake body. Seeing that the slender and tender palm turned into a mountain and was about to press down, a smile appeared on Li Zhenren's face. The next moment, his heavenly sword Dharma and the Yazi sword that was fighting with him suddenly stopped and attacked Zhao Jin, who had just released his magical power at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Jin obviously didn't expect that Li Zhenren would join forces with the evil spirits. He was caught off guard and pierced through the chest by two flying swords and was instantly severely injured. The little girl screamed and turned into a stream of light and returned to the body of Mahorika. Yazi and Heavenly Sword Dharma followed closely and attacked the monster with a human face and a snake body together with Huang Jiagang. For a while, Mahorika was caught off guard and was beaten to a mess with scars on his body. Seeing that it had to overdraw its own original power again under the joint pressure of the three Dongsuan beings, and when its breath was temporarily restored, Li Hu, who was fighting with Zhao Chen, suddenly took action. And Zhao Chen also covered him in time, making his actions more concealed. The long stick in Li Hu's hand suddenly turned into a willow branch, and then he gently waved it, causing the body of the Mahorika, whose aura was recovering rapidly, to tremble. Then, the Dao injuries it suffered from the attacks of Huang Jiagang and Yazi at the end of the last reincarnation were superimposed on its current body, causing its aura, which had been partially recovered, to decline again, and became increasingly weak, and it was seen that even the Dongsuan could not be maintained. With this opportunity, Li Hu flew up instantly, and a lion with a huge mouth appeared behind his head. The body of Mahorika seemed to be attracted by something, and was about to fall into the mouth of the lion. Is this the great king of Lion Camel Ridge? Is this Fei Meng's backup? Zhao Chen blinked, always feeling that something was wrong, or that Mahorika was defeated too easily. However, before he could finish his thought, a golden and red light column came straight from a distance, directly shattering the lion aura, and piercing through the body of Li Hu. Zhao Chen turned around in shock, only to see Li Ziling, who was supposed to be hiding, standing at the gate of the ruins. In her hand was the magic weapon placed in the main hall of the ruins, the Pan Lang stick. Chapter 491. Another backstab. The incident happened suddenly, and Li Hu obviously didn't react in time, and was immediately severely injured by the magic weapon. If he hadn't used a secret method to protect himself, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. But even so, he didn't even have time to scream, and fell into a coma, and was caught by the Mahorika, who was sucked to the front by the lion armor. Then, Yazi, who had been besieging Mahorika with Li Zuanhao, suddenly changed his target, and took advantage of the moment when the heavenly sword armor was unable to return to help, and slashed the cursed sword at Li Zuanhao's body. Caught off guard, the Li family's heavenly sword only had time to hang up a few defensive magic powers for itself, but they were all useless. It was easily broken by Yazi's treasure sword, and the terrible curse also covered his whole body in an instant. Yazi will take revenge, which can ignore most defenses. Ah! Li Zuanhao screamed. The pain he suffered was unbearable for him as a real person. He could no longer maintain his Dharma appearance and let it dissipate between heaven and earth. He himself was also caught by the Mahorika with a human face, snake body and multiple arms. On the other side, Xianjun Zenran Huangjiagang wanted to rescue him, but was blocked by the Jiaozi, who attacked Li Zuanhao, and could not break through. This incident happened in just a few breaths. Zhao Chen seemed to have not reacted yet. The Mahorika, who was originally forced into danger by the trump card of Fei Meng's version of Li Hu, completed the turnaround and completely controlled the situation. The demon from the Xing'an temple showed an obvious smile on his face, then turned his head and looked at Li Zuanhao, whose power he had sealed, and said contemptuously, "Do you think you are the only one who thought of tampering with the container of the four evil hall in advance, and then briefly controlling Jiaozi? I tried it in an earlier reincarnation, but you didn't know it. And your little action before the end of the last reincarnation was really redundant, which made me see the connection between you and the two variables. And your thoughts and plans, I can guess without spying. After all, the Li family is just a second-rate family, and you are just a waste who was played around by the divine power cultivator." Although Li Zuanhao was tortured by the curse, he did not lose consciousness. After hearing this, his handsome face was full of humiliation. He wanted to resist, but the reality was that he could not even use his magic power. "It's a pity that you have no friends or relatives here, otherwise I would have arranged a better exit drama for you. But being attacked by a monster you controlled can barely satisfy my taste. TSK, it's not bad." After clicking his tongue a few times, Mahorika turned his gaze to Li Hu, who had just woken up, and sneered, "To be honest, as a mana cultivator, you did a good job, Miss Fox, in the last reincarnation. But unfortunately, even though the mind realm in the mist of history is isolated from the mind realm of the outside world, you still have a very high level of protective power, which prevents me from directly spying on your thoughts, but I can still use the mind realm to know some information that escapes from your language and thoughts. For example, your vague malice towards me. For example, the prophecy of star god surrenders the sky that Huangjiagang gradually remembered. Oh, it's neither a dream nor an illusion. Who can tell from the past and present? Mera finally entered nirvana and turned into a bodhisattva. From the few words that escaped from your hearts, I know that your name is Fei Meng, and you also possess the power of a certain bodhisattva. Well, judging from the lion appearance, it should be Manjushri Bodhisattva, right? So, the direction of this prophecy is too obvious. How could I not be on guard? The reason why I gave you the opportunity to act is just to see what your trump cards are. In addition, it is also one of my pleasures to let people suddenly encounter the biggest failure before they are about to succeed. Although it is not as tempting as letting the closest people betray them. Little girl, I have to say that your plan is actually not bad, and you know me well, and have made enough preparations. But your companion is really immature. Not to mention his love for beautiful women. He is not very successful in playing the role of the patron of Black Sunday. How can the patron of Black Sun care about the lives of ordinary townspeople? He revealed so many flaws that I felt he was deliberately insulting my intelligence. You should know this, so you didn't discuss your plan with him. However, you still underestimate the existence of a Danksun, especially a Danksun who has penetrated the laws of the Heart Realm. In addition, you believe too much in the prophecy of star god Zhao Chen. Little do you know that it only represents a possibility in the future, and it is not necessarily going to happen. After all, even the star god himself admits that fate is uncertain. Mahorika seemed to enjoy the process of humiliating the enemy after the victory, making the opponent gradually fall into pain, regret, and despair. So, after hitting the Lihu in his hand, making it a little dazed, he set his sights on Zhao Chen below. How is it? How does it feel to be backstabbed by the woman who was still admiring you just a moment ago? Oh, by the way, her target of backstabbing is not you, but it doesn't make much difference. As far as I know, you and the girl in my hand should have a good relationship. Do you feel very regretful now? It was your carelessness and negligence that gave Li Ziying the opportunity to sneak into the ruins alone, take out the magic weapon Pan Long Stick, and then hurt your friend, making your plan fail. It was also because you revealed too much information that made me sure that your target was me, and the means to deal with me were most likely hidden in this little girl disguised as Li Hu. It was also because you were not worried about Yazi that made me confirm what Li Zuanheo was going to do, so I took advantage of the situation and let him fall into my hands. It was also you who made me know that the so-called correct ending was just to have a Danksun body, not that I had to die. Haha, you were very honest about this before. But, do you really think I can't see your childish language skills? Do you really think that just telling part of the truth can make me mistakenly think that you have given up on targeting me? Although you have a power that makes me feel palpitating to protect your heart, it is too easy to understand you. It kept hitting Zhao Chen with a complacent tone, as if it wanted to completely defeat the latter's heart. In front of the valley, Zhao Chen's face became more and more ugly, but his heart was moved, thinking, so it really thinks that the correct ending is for me to obtain a Danksun body. It is very confident in its induction at that time. Seeing Zhao Chen pursed his lips and said nothing, as if brewing something, Mahorika smiled strangely, appearing more sinister. Then, it threw the heaven sword Li Zuanheo, whose power was sealed and was still under the curse, to the ground and to Zhao Chen's feet, and then ordered in a cold voice, I don't care who is behind you. Now, use your means to end fate on Li Zuanheo, achieve the correct ending, and remove the historical fog. If you cooperate, you and the little girl in my hand can both survive. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. After all, you and I are different. I can continue to reincarnate here, waiting for the next right person to come. And you, if you fail this time, your fate will be miserable, right? In the final analysis, it was still afraid of the end of fate method given by the person behind me, which it thought was given by it. That's why it tried every means to capture Fei Meng, and then used both kindness and force, using words and corresponding abilities to suppress and shake my mind, so that I unconsciously became a tool to obey it. It is worthy of being the evil spirit of Xing'an Temple. If Fei Meng and I had prepared only this, then it would have really succeeded. Unfortunately, when Zhao Chen thought of this, although his face was uncertain on the surface, he seemed to be guided by Mahorika's words, and walked towards Li Zuanheo who was tortured by the curse, but in fact, he had secretly separated his spirit, and entered the Dairi crossing raft. The next moment, the illusory Yun Xiaojin Wu Guan was worn on Zhao Chen's head, and the 16 golden star Libra sword also appeared in his field of vision. In this regard, although Mahorika could not see the two accessories of the crossing raft, he could faintly sense their existence. The power of the star god. So you are from the All-Stars Society. Seeing how much you care about ordinary people, you must be from the fundamentalist sect, right? That's right. The All-Stars Society also lost a member in Bingquan Town. Although that stupid tiger tried its best to intercept the news that person reported to the higher-ups, it was inevitable that there were omissions. After all, the people of the Four Evil Hall are all idiots. Mahoraga nodded as if he suddenly realized something, and then ordered Li Xiaoling to overdraw the blood power of the red-bearded dragon and wave the Panlong stick to block Huang Jiagang together with Yazi to avoid any accidents. It must be said that Huang Jiagang's explosive power is even stronger than it, and Yazi alone can't stop it. Mahoraga is now at least 70% of his attention on the reincarnation of King Yu. As for Zhao Chen, no matter how special he is just a mana cultivator. Even if he holds a magic weapon, he will not pose a threat to himself. The only thing it fears is the means of blessing behind him. Just as Mahoraga was watching Zhao Chen's movements, waiting for him to put an end to Li Zuanhao's fate, the Panlong stick that was supposed to hit Huang Jiagang changed its target again. The golden and red light actually inserted directly into the 7 inches of the former from Li Xiaoling's hand not far from Mahoraga. The smile on Mahoraga's face froze instantly. It couldn't figure out why Li Xiaoling, who was controlled by it, would suddenly turn against it. No, I can still sense the connection between her and me. Why can't I control her? Just as Mahoraga was in a trance, a dark and incomprehensible magical power came from Zhao Chen below. It was the 3rd grade magical power Bidao Zhu Death Curse board from Tang Mao. Although this magical power involves fate and is quite extraordinary, the 3rd grade rank is not taken seriously by Mahoraga, so it just swept its tail lightly to block the attack. At the same time, it suppressed the luck with its own status. But it didn't know that this Bidao Death Curse was just a carrier, which carried the bad luck accumulated by Zhao Chen in the fateful heavenly pond. Although it can still be suppressed by the position, when the position is unstable, it will burst out in a concentrated manner. And Li Xiaoling's backstab opened the prelude to shaking the position of Mahoraga. Almost at the same time, the curse on Li Zuanhao was temporarily suppressed, and his face showed an abnormal blush, but it disappeared immediately. Then, this heavenly sword once again forcibly condensed the Dharma, and faced the old opponent Yazi. He was very self-aware, and knew that with his seriously injured body, he could not cause any harm to the demons, so he took the initiative to take over Yazi, so that the more powerful Huang Jiagang could free up his hands. And Huang Jiagang obviously understood that it was time to fight desperately, and he knew that this was the only chance to make the main soul of Mahoraga truly full. So he resolutely burned his true body and flew towards the Mahoraga who was pinned by the Panlong stick and could not move temporarily. Ah, don't come over here. It was not until this moment that Mahoraga finally accepted the fact that he was backstabbed. In addition to being angry, it actually showed fear on its face for the first time, because in its premonition, it might really die this time. The emotions of demons are very extreme. When they are happy, they are happy. When they are afraid, they are afraid. They will not deliberately maintain their temperament like humans. Even the demons of Xinjiang Temple who play with people's hearts are the same. So after screaming hysterically, Mahoraga used various magical powers to attack Huang Jiagang, but none of them could stop the latter from approaching quickly. Huang Jiagang never lacked determination in killing Mahoraga. Since the opportunity came, he naturally would not care about the injuries that were enough to make him die afterwards. In the end, Huang Jiagang's giant body threw away the axe, opened his arms, and imprisoned the monster with a human head and a snake body in his arms. Before Huang Jiagang pounced on him, Mahoraga wanted to pull out the stick in his 7 inches, but the Lihu in his hand suddenly turned into a pair of hand rings and put them on all his wrists, making them unconsciously put their hands together. And just this delay made Mahoraga lose his last chance to escape. Is this also a plan made in advance? Mahoraga roared, struggling continuously, and a black and white light burned on his body. In a critical moment, this evil spirit also began to work hard, overdrawing his true body and origin, trying to forcibly pollute Huang Jiagang with his own status. After all, his essence is higher, and although Huang Jiagang has good combat power, his true body is only temporarily retrieved, and his status is no longer at its peak. Seeing Mahoraga's panic, Huang Jiagong smiled happily for the first time, and his arms tightened. At the same time, the giant shouted, "Little girl, hurry up." Before he finished speaking, the tiger Zibodu, who had been dealing with Zhao Chen, suddenly flew up, revealing a beautiful and clean face. It was Qi Meng. She formed a seal with her hands, and a guanyin appeared behind her. Chapter 492 ending. Look closely at the round illumination of the 3000 worlds, and the willow branches and clean water wash away the dust in your heart. This guanyin statue sits by the pond, with his right hand resting on his lap, staring at the half-opened lotus in front of him. He is Shile Guanyin, one of the 33 incarnations of Guanyin, and is best at breaking the human heart and curing heart diseases. As the evil spirit of Xinjiang Temple, and one of the followers of the source of the heart demon, Mahoraga can also be called the synonym of the human heart and the ghost. This is the real means that Qi Meng hid. It is also the means that can truly end the fate of Mahoraga. It turns out to be you. The moment he saw the bodhisattva, the fear and resentment on Mahoraga's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by extreme madness. Its eyes stared at Qi Meng and the bodhisattva behind her, and then roared, and its body swelled again. It actually made the same choice as Huang Jiagong, and began to burn its own status, its own dharma body, and even its own origin. This is different from the previous overdraft, but it is really desperate. Such burning cannot be completely restored even by the reincarnation of the historical mist. At this moment, it seems that it can even give up its life, just to kill the girl in front of it. With the explosion of Mahoraga, not only the Panlang stick at the 7 inches is slowly pulled out, but no matter how easy a link taps the blood power, it cannot be stopped. Even Huang Jiagong, who imprisoned it, clearly felt that it was difficult to control the other party with his power of slashing the evil dragon and splitting Xianglio. At most 3 breaths, it will be free, and the little girl's method seems to need some time to prepare. Is it going to fail in the end? Thinking of this in his heart, Huang Jiagong, whose cheeks were already twisted by the burning of his true body, looked more and more ferocious. He squeezed every bit of his strength, and even sacrificed other laws he had realized with secret methods, temporarily in exchange for the blessing of strength, just to delay 1 or 2 more breaths. At the same time, Zhao Chen below did not care about hiding anything. With the authority granted by the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown, he used the purple light ring to borrow the status of Chu Yuzenren, who had cooperation with Xingcha. With the illusory Dangxuan status, Zhao Chen did not dare to delay, and let the invisible magic soldier in his hand transform into the Taishi Shianmukin. After the invisible magic soldier opened up further authority, it was able to transform into a weapon at the level of magic weapon. Although it was only about 30% of the power of the original version. But this was enough for Zhao Chen. A sturdy man with a square face and a beard sat cross-legged, and soon a phantom appeared on his hand that was playing the piano. At the same time, the sound of Gao Mao's piano sounded, and an illusory big bat with a crown on its head duck shape, and flew straight to the body of Mahoraga. He was playing the Yuan Shengjuxing music spell with a magic weapon. The external manifestation of this spell is that it will materialize the image of the enemy's nemesis and attack the enemy with its nemesis's meaning. Last time, Zhao Chen played this song in Wuiao Cave Heaven with the real Taishi Shan Mokin, but the phantom of Moyan's engine appeared, causing the Taishi Shan Mokin to be severely overdrawn and unable to be used until now. And this time, the materialized bird seems to be Garuda. Is Garuda one of the nemesis of Mahoraga? Aren't they all in Dragon Babu? Although Zhao Chen was confused, he kept playing the piano in his hand. After all, no matter whether Garuda is the opponent's nemesis or not, it can definitely block the opponent's actions and buy time for Fei Meng. When the image of Garuda appeared, Mahoraga's eyes instantly became redder, and it swung its tail and hit the back of Huang Jiagong's giant body, causing its body to shake, and the arms that imprisoned the snake body loosened for a moment. But the Mahoraga did not use this rare looseness to escape from the embrace of Huang Jiagong, but operated the power of its true body, opened its mouth, and tried its best to send a silent cry to the Garuda. But just after the attack was released, the blood red in its eyes faded slightly, and it realized what a stupid thing it had done. It did not escape, or attack the enemy of the master after struggling to break free, but instead fought with an insignificant phantom. Obviously, at that moment, its madness took the lead and allowed its desire to preside over the action. This seemed to be accidental and unlucky, but it was also the result of the influence of its burning personality beginning to appear. Without the suppression of the personality, the doom bomb that Zhao Chen had buried in it through the Bidao death curse finally exploded. As Fei Meng said, at the critical moment, even if the Dark Sun exists, a little bad luck is enough to make its fate slip to an irreversible point. For example, the Mahoraga at the moment, after it regained its reason a little, it was too late to attack Qi Meng again, and Huang Jiagang had imprisoned it again, and it would never have the next chance. Because Qi Meng's preparations were complete, the Guanyin statue sitting by the pool, with his right hand supporting his cheek and leaning on his knees, suddenly pulled up the fully grown lotus beside him and threw it forward. Huang Jiagang also felt something at this time and no longer insisted. He immediately let go of Mahoraga, and his body quickly shrank back to the posture of a normal human old man. The lotus seemed slow, but was actually fast, flying straight towards Mahoraga. No matter how the latter, who had regained his freedom, dodged or resisted, it was useless. He could only watch the lotus swallow him into the pastille. Then, the lotus with closed petals flew back to the mouth of the bodhisattva and was swallowed by it. At the same time, Qi Meng also fell back to the ground. She sat cross-legged, with sweat on her forehead, as if she was fighting the final battle with something. Seeing this, Zhao Chen quickly stood up and came to her side in a few steps to protect her. Although the remaining members of the Four Evil Hall had been killed by his previous Kinyan, the battle between Li Zuanhao and Yazi was still going on. Moreover, although Li Zialing turned against him in the last stage, and Zhao Chen roughly guessed what her situation was, he still did not let her get close to him just in case. Of course, Li Zialing had no strength to move at this time. After continuously squeezing her blood and activating the magic weapon, her vitality was also severely depleted, and it was not certain whether she could maintain her elm afterwards. As for Master Huang, he was lying on the ground at this time, staring at Qi Meng nervously, and refused to blink. He wanted to confirm whether the main soul of Mahoraga really fell. Time passed by minute, and after about half an incense stick, Qi Meng finally opened her eyes. She looked at Zhao Chen beside her, smiled and said, Erlang, I've surpassed you again. Familiar tone, familiar smile, familiar Femeng. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but still used the Dang Sui combined with the illustrated book to observe her. After confirming that she was really Qi Meng, he also found that the other party's strength had reached the 9th level of magic power, and she was only one step away from advancing to Gangsha. Xing's is an ascetic monk who begs for food to survive. Is this because he begged for a big meal, so he instantly mastered the position of the talisman? Zhao Chen had some guesses, and asked with a smile, what's the situation now? How is the Mahoraga? There is no Mahoraga anymore. Now there is only the Mahoraga body of Guanyin. Qi Meng sighed slightly, and said with emotion, it is not easy to devour this evil spirit. Even with sufficient preparations, it almost escaped. It's just that its luck is not good. Speaking of preparations, Zhao Chen pointed at Li Zialing not far away, shook his head and smiled. You hid it really well. Qi Meng just looked at him with a smile, pursed her lips and said, but why do I feel that I couldn't hide it from you? When she backstabbed me for the first time, you seemed shocked and anxious, but from what I know about you, if you really thought I was backstabbed, you would have done it directly. Zhao Chen met Femeng's curious gaze, curled the corners of his mouth and said, too fast. Too fast? Qi Meng asked puzzledly. It's because Li Zialing's trust in me came too quickly. Although she inevitably has some suspension bridge effect, because I saved her from despair and pain, but this trust is still too inconsistent. The influence of Mahoraga on her is limited to her abnormal feelings for me. It's not a trust from the heart. I can tell. And this kind of inexplicable trust, I have actually experienced it once before. That is, with Qinsheng. So, I had a guess at that time, guessed that Li Zialing is actually you. This is probably the reason why we are in the meditation hall of Xiaoshan temple at the beginning of each reincarnation, and the reason why you suddenly know so many things. As for Li Ziyaling's subsequent backstabbing, it was also natural. Mahoraja's control over her through the Lian Wei was obviously not as good as the 33 incarnations of Guanyin. In addition, I only guessed that your true body was disguised as that Tiger Lord after Li Hu was captured. Before that, I thought you had made further progress in your research on the Zhuanshenyanxiang D4 Saints' wonderful scriptures of the Four Evil Hall, which allowed you to control Badger behind Tiger's apostrophe back, but I didn't expect you to solve the problem at the source and directly replace Zibo Du. Having said that, Zhao Chen paused, then asked, however, I was fighting with Tiger with the attitude of killing him before. Aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Suspension bridge effect? Erlang's words are really interesting. Although Qi Fimeng had never heard of this saying, she roughly understood its meaning, so she smiled and said, this is more realistic, otherwise how could you possibly deceive a Dangxuan demon? This game can be said to have started after entering the historical mist. It was a trap set by Qi Fimeng after being reset, and Qi Fimeng who covered the reset. It was also because Qi Fimeng, who turned Li Ziyaling into an incarnation and arranged the final plan, was covered, so there was no trace left, and then concealed the Mahoraga who was exploring through the Heart Realm. This is the most cool layout of this game. Of course, Zhao Chen's role cannot be ignored. Qi Fimeng said before that she was in the dark and Zhao Chen was in the light to attract attention, but in fact it was only the first layer. Because for Mahoraga, Qi Fimeng, who wanted to swallow it with them and just re-bodhisattva method by connecting real people and superimposing the Dao injurers in the reincarnation, was in the light. Zhao Chen, who was looked down upon by it, played a key role at the most important nodes. First, he misled Mahoraga, making it mistakenly believe that the real goal of the right person was a body of the existence of Dangxuan, thus preventing it from jumping off the wall. Second, the bad luck that was just right made it lose the few opportunities to save itself and fall into a fate that was doomed to death. Third, it didn't know that Zhao Chen could use the 16 gold star Libra sword to let Li Zuanhao and Xingcha make a deal and temporarily suppress the injury of Heaven Sword. Then, Li Zuanhao was able to take over Jiaozi, allowing Huang Jiagang Zenren to imprison Mahoraga. It can be said that it was Zhao Chen's seemingly open, but actually dark cooperation, that made Mahoraga truly step into a point of no return. Thinking of Yazi, Qi Fimeng's heart suddenly moved, and then Yazi, who was fighting with Li Zuanhao, immediately stopped and let the heavenly sword pierce its neck. After swallowing Mahoraga, Qi Fimeng naturally took over the opponent's arrangement on Yazi. Li Zuanhao was stunned at first, but then he reacted. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng. While relaxing, his Dharma image was broken again, and the whole person fell from mid-air. He had also reached his limit. Zhao Chen's water and fire wings behind him patted lightly and took down this Li Zenren. Although Li Zuanhao was only the first layer of the pretext in Fimeng's plan, it was to let Mahoraga confirm that it had won and then be a chess piece with complacency. With the wisdom of Heavenly Sword, it was impossible for it not to think of this when Li Ziyaling stabbed him in the back for the second time. But he still accepted Zhao Chen's deal, temporarily suppressed the curse, and tried his best to stop Jiaozi. Just for this reason, Zhao Chen had a good impression of him. In addition, Li Zuanhao had calculated that the red-bearded dragon might be born in Shijin Mountain, so he came thousands of miles to stop it. Compared with the intrigues of the Li family's elders, this is a responsibility that a prominent family should have. Compared with the Dangxuan monks are stronger, not to mention their beliefs and persistence. Because Dangxuan, who has lost his belief and persistence, is just a Dao evil. Even worse than the evil spirits of Xingyan Temple. Zhao Chen took out a life-saving pill from Minghan Gaiu and was about to feed it to Li Zuanhao, but the latter waved his hand and said, "Don't bother. Jiaozi will be vindictive. This kind of curse has no solution at all, and it can only be solved in one reincarnation. You should go check on Master Xianjun first." Zhao Chen had actually wanted to check on his master a long time ago, but he didn't want to reveal his identity as Zhao Chen and his master's aura was relatively stable, so he held back. Hearing Master Li's instructions, he followed suit and hurried forward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, The Mist Lifts. Huang Jiagang had stood up again at this time, and he did not look tired, but the wrinkles on his face became deeper. His sturdy and majestic body was not bent at all, still straight, and the whole person exuded a sense of relaxation. Seeing him like this, Zhao Chen almost called out Master directly, but he forced himself to hold it back and only asked with concern, "Master Huang, how is your health? I won't die in a short time. After all, my real body has long been mortgaged. This time it is just completely lost." Huang Jiagang's tone was relaxed, as if he was not talking about himself. He smiled and looked at Zhao Chen with Zhao Song's face, and then chanted, 13 years of Guang, the stars fell into the ice spring. The golden dart left the old place, and the divine wind rolled up the waves. The morning light dyed the red clouds, and the water and moon accompanied the 5 immortals. Once the fog rises, all grievances will be repaid. It is neither a dream nor an illusion, it is a trust and a source. What does Chixu mean? Who can tell it now, and in the past? Mera finally entered Nirvana, and the light of his heart fell on the golden lotus. A little merit fruit turned into a bodhisattva vine. Huang Jiagang paused for a moment, and said with deep emotion, Xingchen Jiaoshan is indeed one of the most powerful prophecy methods. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but complain in his heart, what? The prophecy I heard from Fei Meng before was not neither a dream nor an illusion. Who can say it now, or in the past? Mera finally entered Nirvana, and turned into a bodhisattva? How did it become the current version? Was it a combination of several sentences taken from the real prophecy poem? I see. This is most likely also a part of the misleading to Maharaji. If according to the original meaning of the prophecy poem, the sentence it is neither a dream nor an illusion, it is both the entrustment and the source is simply a hint of Femeng and the resetting Femeng layout, and naturally Maharaji cannot know it, so only it is neither a dream nor an illusion was taken out, and combined with the following who can tell in the past and the present, making it mistakenly think that this is saying that Femeng will add the Dao injury from the last reincarnation to it. And what is Chixu's intention? Who can tell in the past and the present? It should be talking about the backstabbing of Li Zieling with the pan long stick. Of course, Maharaja must not know this, otherwise he will definitely have some associations. Well, I just don't know what the phrase who can say in the past and present symbolizes. Could it be that the red-bearded dragon also did something similar to backstabbing in the past? The following Mera finally entered extinction, and the light of his heart fell on the golden lotus revealed Fei Meng's trump card. TSK, the operation of Master and Fei Meng to half reveal the prophecy poem is really amazing. That Maharaja's death is not unjust. Master is fine, but when did Fei Meng become so powerful? When she was in Mirror Village, she was obviously a little girl who was not good at planning. Is the knowledge instilled in her position more inclined towards wisdom? Just like most of the bonuses I got were charm and skill. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen also used the Dangsu eyes to carefully look at his master and found that his condition was just as he said. Although there was no trace of supernormality, his body was still strong and he had no diseases. It was conservatively estimated that he would have no problem living for another 10 years. However, his soul power was seriously overdrawn, and even with the foundation of Dangsun, it would be difficult to recover. It was impossible to reincarnate normally like other real people. Thinking of his master, who was a real person of Dangsun, ending up like this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness and frustration. Because he had no way out at the moment. Huang Jiagang seemed to have noticed Zhao Chen's exposed emotions. He seemed quite free and easy. He smiled and said, now that I have avenged my great hatred and fulfilled my wish, it would be worth it, even if I died immediately. What's more, I can still live for a long time. With the care of my disciples, it is not a problem to spend my old age in peace. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Chen deeply. This master recognized me, but just didn't point it out. Zhao Chen's heart moved, and he suddenly understood. He was about to say something, but saw Huang Jiagang waving his hand and said, "The right time is coming soon. You should go and take away the star god's relics and dispel the historical fog." "Yes." Zhao Chen responded subconsciously, and then added, "Respect the master's order." But after thinking about it, he stuffed a pill that can replenish soul power into the master's hand. At the same time, a phantom of the 16 golden star Libra sword flashed above his head. After doing this, Zhao Chen did not delay any longer and walked towards the entrance of the valley ruins with Qi Fimeng, who came over, and Li Zieling also followed with the Panlong stick. "Your master's physical condition is not as simple as it seems," Qi Fimeng said as he walked. "The injuries left to him by the final counterattack of Mahoraga were fatal. He is fine now because of the protection of his true soul by the mist of history. Once he leaves here, the injury is likely to break out." "I know." Zhao Chen nodded calmly. The master's situation is actually similar to that of Wang Daoye. Both can maintain a normal state in the mist of history. But in the mist of history, fate is uncertain. Zhao Chen added, "Just move the master from one mist of history to another mist of history." The other mist of history naturally refers to the warehouse of the Dairi Xingcha. "What are you going to do?" Qi Fimeng asked curiously. Seeing the look of Huang Jiagang Zenren, that the worldly ties have ended, "I'm afraid he will not accept being collected by Erlang. If he is still the Dongzuan Zenren, I will naturally have to spend some time persuading him, but since he has lost his status and become immortal and has taken my elixir, it is not up to him. After all, he himself said that he has a disciple to take care of him in his old age. It doesn't matter where he is taken care of," Zhao Chen said lightly. Qi Fimeng looked at Zhao Chen sideways, pursed her lips and said, "Erlang, you are really a filial good disciple." Then she curved her eyebrows and pointed to Li Zieling behind her and said, "I'm your stepmother now. Do you want to be filial to me too?" Zhao Chen glanced at her and said with a smile, "She was you before, but not now, right?" Qi Fimeng was really surprised when he said this and asked with wide eyes, "How did you know?" "It's very simple. I said my original intention, which is the so-called correct ending, which includes letting Li Zieling live to the end. And even if she becomes your incarnation and you inherit everything, she can't be called alive, right? Since you don't show any worry, it means that she still has a chance to recover." Zhao Chen analyzed with a smile. "Erlang, you are so smart." Qi Fimeng expressed her amazement at his words. Zhao Chen just shook his head and said, "I just know you very well." As he said that, he glanced at the dull-looking Li Zieling from the corner of his eye, and added, "And Zieling's skills and qualifications are not outstanding, and the so-called red-bearded dragon bloodline is not pure enough. I'm afraid you don't want to waste an incarnation quota on her. After all, in the Tangsuan stage, there can be only 3 incarnations in theory. Do you understand me?" Qi Fimeng lowered her eyes, but soon smiled again and said, "After the incarnation is enlightened, it is generally impossible to recover, but there are exceptions. It only requires meeting a few conditions. The first is that the true spirit of the enlightened incarnation still exists. This is actually very difficult to achieve, because the premise of enlightening the incarnation is that the other party is completely dead, the true spirit dissipated, and only obsession remains. That is to say, in the fog of history, although Li Zieling is in a state of real death, the true spirit is blessed by a special environment, which is why this exception occurred. Secondly, after being enlightened as the incarnation, Li Zieling's fate has actually become a part of my fate, which cannot be changed, but because of the fog of history and the uncertainty of fate here, everything can be changed before the correct ending comes, so there is room for manipulation. Of course, even so, her fate will be entangled with me and closely connected. As long as I'm willing, I can enlighten her as an incarnation again at any time. Third, during the period when she became my incarnation, her last wish was fulfilled, and the two sides no longer have cause and effect. Fortunately, Li Zieling's wish was only for her child to survive, and for Zhao Song and Li Hu to pay the price they deserved. We have accomplished all of these. The last and most troublesome thing." Qi Fimeng suddenly stopped talking and shook her head. "Forget it. There's no need to talk about it. Li Zieling is naturally suitable for this. Fimeng, you seem to be very knowledgeable about how to make the incarnation independent." Zhao Chen looked at Qi Meng thoughtfully, but did not ask any more questions. He just pointed at Li Ziling and said simply, "What is her situation now?" "It's the state when she was controlled by the Mahoraga. After I swallowed the Mahoraga, I naturally inherited this connection." Qi Meng answered and joked with a smile, "Without her as a follower, we can't lift this pan long stick. Of course, the more important thing is to let her escape from this place as soon as possible after the historical fog disappears. Otherwise, if she is caught by the Li family, she may face a more tragic fate. After all, her husband, her father, is the culprit of this incident, forcing a Dangsuan Zenran of the Li family to reincarnate. Zenran Li Zuanheo may not pursue it, but other Li family members may not be angry. Li Ziling may not have enough experience, but if Qi Meng were to manipulate her, there would be much more hope. Qi Meng was professional in escaping. Zhao Chen figured it out without Qi Meng saying much, and he also guessed where Qi Meng would send her in the end. Will she be temporarily placed in the worry-free cave heaven? Yes. Protecting her is actually protecting us. When your master is collected by you, Li Zenran will be reincarnated. Li Ziling will enter the cave heaven. Li Hu will die. Zhao Song will commit suicide. And the rest of the demon organization members will be wiped out. There will be almost no trace of the two of us. Outsiders will not be able to find out, even if they want to investigate. And when Li Zenran reincarnates and returns, we may all become real big shots. And there is no need to be afraid." As the two talked, they had already arrived at the door at the end of the valley. Based on the experience of last time, Zhao Chen took out the red dragon fire seed that he had prepared long ago as a key and opened a gap in the door. Soon, the three of them passed through the gap and entered the corridor that was pure darkness from top to bottom and from left to right. "Do you know what this darkness is?" Zhao Chen asked, leading the way on the stone steps. This kind of darkness that even the Dangsuai could not see through has always made him very curious. Qi Meng observed for a long time, frowned and said, "I can only feel that there is an extreme danger in the darkness, but I don't know its nature." "Even you don't know? Then how did Song Weiru open up this corridor? Or did such a space already exist here, but it was accidentally found by the evil god?" This relic, or cave mansion itself, is very mysterious. At this time, Qi Meng said uncertainly, maybe the darkness is the so-called Yanxi, or other similar special worlds attached to Zuanshan. Yanxi, it is indeed possible. It is rumored that no matter whether it is a living soul or a dead soul, after entering the Yanxi, they will gradually sink into it. Is this the source of the sense of danger? While Zhao Chen was thinking, the three of them had walked down the not too long stone steps and entered the cave with a storehouse, a library, a quiet room and a main hall. This time, Zhao Chen did not explore the other rooms, but went straight to the quiet room. As expected, on the stone table engraved with mysterious and simple patterns, he saw the key lying quietly in the groove and emitting a soft light. That was one of the lost accessories of the Starraft, the key of morning light. Since he could see it, it meant that the so-called correct ending had been achieved, and Zhao Chen and Qi Meng could complete the task at any time and return to reality. But Zhao Chen did not rush to pick it up, but first sank his spirit into the Dairi crossing raft, intending to forcibly obtain the master's ownership the moment the historical fog disappeared. Again, if the master was still Dangzuan Zenran, he would not be able to do it, but an ordinary person would not have to go through so much trouble. After getting ready, Zhao Chen nodded to Qi Meng, and then touched the key of morning light with his fingers. Human, Jinbio Martial Arts Hall. Feng Kang, who was studying poetry with a painful look on his face, suddenly froze and murmured, "Master hasn't come back for a long time, and I don't know where he went. If he doesn't come back, the martial arts hall will soon become the property of my junior brother. Although this is not bad." At the same time, little black cat Gong Yun suddenly looked in the direction of Zhao Chen's bedroom, guessing that the sudden change in memory might be related to Zhao Chen. Human, the Li family's residence. Green Lotus Sword Li Fuan, who was talking to his son, suddenly fell silent, then flew up on his sword and headed straight for the direction of Chijin Mountain. The green-robed young master Li Changsheng looked at his father's receding back and stretched out his fingers to calculate. After a moment, he exhaled and said with a slight curl of his lips, "The result is not bad." At the junction of Liangzhou and Ganzhou, a woman who looked only 17 or 18 years old paused, frowned and said, although it is weak, it is indeed Zuanheo's breath. Has the historical fog been lifted? Chapter 490 Fully Yunsky. The woman had bright eyes, a high nose bridge, red lips and white teeth, which made people like her at first sight. She was another Dongsuan real person of the Li family, Li Yunsky, who had condensed the real body of the Queen of Heaven. She had been stationed on Fangzhang Island in the East China Sea until recently, when she asked for a vacation, and was able to return to Ganzhou to investigate the matter of Li Zuanheo being trapped in the historical fog. Although her name contains Yun, she looks like the same generation as the Li Yunfeng young master, but in fact, this is because she has been reincarnated, and her generation is actually very high, so she directly calls Li Zuanheo by his name. At this time, she noticed that Li Zuanheo's breath suddenly appeared, and she didn't care to go back to the family first, but cast a spell to gather a bunch of cloud belts. The cloud belt twisted and turned, sometimes like a swimming dragon, sometimes like waves, and at the end it entangled a huge lion that suddenly appeared. Li Yunzi sat on the back of the giant lion, and the latter immediately took off and flew straight to the direction of Chijin Mountain. This is one of the changes of the magical power she mastered called Lion Ridge Horizontal Cloud. In less than half an incense stick of time, the real person had arrived in front of the valley of the Red Gold Mountain, where the ruins were hidden. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she saw the corpses all over the ground, the various messy laws traces created by the fight between the Dongsuan and the Zhuangsuan, and Li Zuanheo, who was dying under the curse. At the same time, she also noticed a talisman with a dark blue light hidden in the depths of his soul. The words written in ghost script of the underworld on the talisman looked like a horse face, which made people a little lost at first glance. The secret treasure of reincarnation. Judging from its shape, it should be the rotating dark blue talisman. With the help of this talisman, with Zuanheo's cultivation in the first realm of Dongsuan, the probability of successful reincarnation should be 70% to 80%. It seems that Zuanheo has been prepared. That's right, he is not young anymore, but has not been able to break through to his true body. He will definitely seek longevity elixirs or treasures for reincarnation. Before I came back this time, I exchanged him for Ziwujinki powder that can extend his life by 50 years, but now it is useless. Seeing this, Li Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief, but still fell to Li Zuanheo's side and carefully checked his condition. After a moment, the real person of the second realm of Dongsuan sighed slightly, and thought to himself, vengeance for every slight grievance. This curse magic should be the highest achievement of the secret record of the curse of Yazi of the Four Evil Hall, and the curse on Zuanheo is extremely pure. It is very likely that it was done by the soul of Yazi. This is not something I can solve. Maybe the complete magical power of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth can dispel this curse, but I have embarked on another path, and am getting further and further away from the true meaning of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth. Well, the only thing I can do now is to leave mark on Zuanheo when he reincarnates, so that he can reincarnate back into the family along his bloodline. As soon as she thought of this, she found that Li Zuanheo's breath was rapidly declining. At the same time, a burst of black and purple light flashed on his body, and the light turned into a horse, passing through Li Zuanheo's body, and then brought out a crystal clear soul from it, and then turned into a dark blue light again, and was about to sink into the ground. Seeing this, Li Yunzi stretched out her hand and pointed, making a mark with her own blood, and merged into the dark blue horse before it disappeared. Although I have also reincarnated once, and even after condensing the true body of the Queen of Heaven under the guidance of true Lord Kingsu, I went deep into the underworld to explore, but I have never been able to find the so-called 6 paths of reincarnation in a sober state, let alone figure out the mystery. And most of the reincarnation secret treasures in the world were passed down from the hands of the earth gods in ancient times, and have been preserved to this day. If Zuanheo didn't need it, I really wanted to intercept it and study it. I don't know where Zuanheo got it from. Li Yunzi stared at the place where the dark blue horse disappeared for a while, and then turned his sight back to Li Zuanheo's body, because it had been transformed under the curse, and was about to turn into a terrifying monster, becoming the biggest threat in the Chijin mountain area. But since the Dark Sun real person was present, he would naturally not let this happen. Li Yunzi pointed out, and suddenly many subtle sword ki burst out, like rivers rushing out, and finally gathered on Li Zuanheo's body. This is exactly the Li family's Black Emperor blood passing sword ki, but the artistic conception of this sword ki has changed a lot in Li Yunzi's hands. Black Emperor is Tao and Water Emperor. Water in the human body becomes blood, so it can pass blood. But Li Yunzi's Black Emperor blood passing is more inclined to the original meaning of Tao and Water Emperor, weakening the ability of passing blood, but has the rhyme of touring hundreds of rivers, and cleansing demons and evil spirits. This cannot be said to be wrong, but it certainly deviates from the true meaning of Taichu, and is even more deviated than the currently family's skills. It's a pity that I condensed the true body of the Queen of Heaven, and gained the recognition of heaven and earth. There was a lucky factor, so I can't let the family members follow suit for the time being. But the 18 orthodox methods of the Wartech Immortal class I compiled, based on the true body of the Queen of Heaven, can also cultivate a 4th grade magical power, and have the possibility of achieving Dark Sun. It can be regarded as giving the younger generations of the family one more choice. As her thoughts turned, Li Yunzi quietly watched her Black Emperor blood sword ki dissolve Li Zuanheo's body, after cleansing the power of the curse, turning it into a pool of blood. Then, she casually waved her hand, and Li Zuanheo's storage ring flew into her hand and was collected. As for the heavenly sword, transformed by Li Zuanheo's innate magical power, it was not left behind, and it was likely to be used as a companion magic weapon with his reincarnation. After doing all this, Li Yunzi counted the causes and consequences of what happened in Chijin Mountain, and soon locked her eyes on the gate in the valley. But unfortunately, the door has now become an ordinary large iron door. Even if it is half open, there is no passage leading to the darkness behind it. No traces left. Who entered the fog of history and lifted it? Well, Zhao Song, Li Hu, the monsters of the Four Evil Hall, and even Huang Jiagang are no longer alive. Among the key figures, the only one who is still alive is Li Zhiling. The reincarnated Zuanheo can also be counted as one, but it will probably take decades, or even hundreds of years, to get information from him. And Li Zhiling, I can't even calculate her whereabouts. Wait. Damn it. As her thoughts raced, Li Yunzi suddenly realized one thing, that is, the key figures who survived were all from the Li family, and she was the first to arrive at the scene, and she even wiped out Zuanheo's body with her own hands. If it were someone else, without being able to deduce more circumstances, they would most likely think that she had removed the fog and gained the greatest benefit in Chijin Mountain. After all, the timing of her return was too coincidental. And at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky above Chijin Mountain one after another. They were Feng King, the supreme elder of the prestigious Feng family, known as the Flying Snow Fairy, and Sima Zheng, the treasure mirror master of the Sima family. They were all in Ganzhou, and after noticing the reappearance of Chijin Mountain, they naturally came to investigate. I'm a little stuck, so I'll leave it at that for now. Chapter 495 Fingayanghu Path. The phoenix shines on the secluded path, and the dragon's voice surrounds the window cage. In Newman County, the master bedroom and the backyard of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall faintly heard the sound of dragon roar, but it was not majestic, but rather like crying and complaining, which was intoxicating. Zheng Qingyan only felt that the happy vain technology of the little thief in front of her seemed to have been strengthened a lot, so that she could not resist it at all without using the evil dragon immortal body to read the file, and her delicate and beautiful cheeks unconsciously revealed a different style, a style that outsiders could not imagine, like an iceberg snow lotus completely blooming. The temperament of the Sakura dragon fairy was originally very cold, and coupled with the inhuman feeling of the dragonborn, after a long time of contact, few people would actually have evil thoughts about her, and more of them were fear from instinct. For example, the human county magistrate. But Zhao Chen was an exception. He had the spiritual protection of the Starboat Guardian, and was immune to fear, but he felt that this temperament was blasphemous and even more moving. Moreover, only at this time, Zheng Qingyan looked more like a woman with flesh and blood. The Zheng family let the dragon girl go through the emotional tribulation, perhaps also considering this aspect. Can this help the dragon girl stabilize her state? While Zhao Chen was working hard to collect folk songs, his mind was also full of thoughts, and his thoughts flew far away. Speaking of which, as soon as he completed the task, he started this secret investigation with Zheng Qingyuan, not because of urgency, but more of venting the pressure accumulated in his heart in the past 3 months, especially in the 3 reincarnations of Red Gold Mountain. You know, his opponent with Qi Meng is a demon with a very high level of essence. Even if he is well prepared in advance, he is still uneasy before entering the task. It's just because Zhao Chen likes adventure and challenges, plus some positive buffs brought by so he didn't show it. In fact, even if Qi Meng has a lot of wisdom and finds a way to break the situation, it is quite lucky to win the Mahoraga in the end. If Zhao Chen failed to convince Mahuluojia that the correct ending did not involve it, and if the bad luck attached to the Bidao death curse came a little later, the ending would be completely different. Even so, in the few short breaths, when Zhao Chen borrowed the Dangsuan status and urged the invisible demon soldier to launch the original life form music, he had already used up most of the star coins accumulated since the time he crossed over, and his balance returned directly to 3 digits. This amount of money means that Zhao Chen can only rely on the magical instruments on his body for a long time in the future to barely use the power of the magic power level. So, after such a thrilling victory, how can we not celebrate? Zheng Qingyuan obviously knew this, so she cooperated very well, and even made a shameful sound for the first time. You don't forget to practice the dual cultivation technique. Don't just think about using spells like bliss and joy to tease me. I heard that you had the opportunity before and had broken the bottleneck of the 8th turn, but you couldn't really break through because you didn't have enough accumulated mana. Although accumulating mana is just a slow process, practicing dual cultivation with me, even if the technique is not suitable, can save a lot of time for your own practice. Zheng Qingyuan's exhortation was a little breathless and intermittent at first, but soon became smooth, because before she was about to blank her brain again, she activated the evil dragon's immortal body and returned to the anchored state. Zhao Chen had already noticed the changes in Zheng Qingyuan from the inside out at this time, and couldn't help but raise his supporting hand and pat it, and suddenly the waves trembled and surged. Before the dragon girl expressed her dissatisfaction, Zhao Chen smiled and responded, "Actually, am I not also practicing the slow grinding technique now? It's just that it's grinding in a practical sense, and it's already from noon to evening." Zheng Qingyuan pretended not to understand and sighed, "It's a pity that I was a little greedy before. Otherwise, leaving the yuan yin at this time, it will definitely help you break through. And Qinsheng's is better to be kept when you are at the bottleneck of the 9th turn." She paused and suddenly looked through the window in the direction of another courtyard, glanced at the 2 female heroes of the 7 heroes of Emonan who were peeping, squinted her eyes and said, "In fact, the little black cat is also willing to help you break through. Why not call her over? Don't think I can't see that you are testing." Zhao Chen complained in his heart and said righteously, "Since the special mission has ended and the next regular mission will be in half a year, there is no need to worry about the breakthrough. Besides, I'm not sure what Gong Yun is thinking." The news that the next mission will be in half a year was sent by Qi Meng through Zheng Qingyuan. Hypocrisy. After Zheng Qingyuan said this word, her back suddenly straightened and her neck raised. Half a minute later, her head softly leaned on Zhao Chen's shoulder and said weakly, "If she didn't like you, how could she have restored her human body several times in your quilt? Although she is the abandoned descended body of the spirit of the blessed land, she has lived in the mortal world for many years. It is impossible for her to be ignorant of worldly affairs and not understand what it means for a girl to do this. Although the atmosphere in Daksha in this regard is more open than hundreds of years ago, it is not as open as some city-states in the West. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In short, you probably already have an idea about Gong Yun, right? What you said makes sense, but you are jealous of yourself. How could you really let Gong Yun join? I still remember the last time the little black cat ran in the maze all night. If I agree now, I will definitely not have a good ending." What else can Zhao Chen say? Of course, he didn't fall for it, but added a few more methods he learned from the happy bodhisattva picture. Zheng Qingyuan's teasing words were immediately drowned out by other voices, forcing her to use the dream of the goddess of beauty to replenish herself with water. In a side courtyard of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, the two female knights Gong Yun and Feng Wan, who were using their spiritual consciousness to spy on what was happening in the main courtyard, were both trembling in their hearts and dry in their mouths. Although the main courtyard was blocked by a formation, Zheng Qingyan, for some reason, still left the authority to the two female knights Gong and Feng. Snow Eagle Sword Feng Wan looked at it and suddenly woke up with a start and hurriedly withdrew her spiritual consciousness. Although this was much more exciting than the pictures and stories inscribed in the jade slips that she had collected, it was someone else's privacy and she should not look at it without permission. She was about to pat her fifth sister who had long gone to a place beside her, but she suddenly felt an inexplicable power surging in her soul, slowly blooming at the center of her eyebrows. The seed of your lust has blossomed. This chapter took me more than 4 hours to write, with many revisions and deletions, so it's a little short and a little late. Chapter 496 Harvest and Fear. In the magnificent palace of the Sun Star Chariot, after celebrating with King Gaian, Zhao Chen did not show any signs of fatigue. Instead, he sat on the throne formed by 6 dragons with great energy and began to count the gains from this Red Gold Mountain mission. First of all, it is the part below the cave mystery of the foundation practice of the Kunlun Zikifang lineage, the chapter of the natural divine transformation of the cave origin and the sound of the sound, which can be cultivated into the first grade magical power Devil King binding body. For the corresponding spiritual palace life origin Chan Grand True Secret, the chapter of the colorless cloud crown of the 10 directions of the sky reflection, the 9 turns of yin and yang spirit and ki in the underworld, the true scripture of the high-level condensation of the mixed transformation and the original beginning, the solution of the magic power of the demon king binding body. Zhao Chen did not plan to sell the Star Chariot, even if he was short of money. He only planned to use his translation ability to interpret the Dao text contained in it bit by bit. This is to better play the role of investigator and further master the position. Secondly, Zhao Chen is deliberately separating the skills he has learned from Xingcha. If it is sold to Xingcha, then the source of this skill is likely to be occupied by Xingcha. Although this brings other risks, there are also new variables. It is too early to talk about checks and balances, but perhaps it is possible to test the bottom line and attitude of Xingcha and the person who manipulates his fate behind the scenes. Secondly, the 12 methods of Heartlight has finally been obtained in its entirety. This part comes from Zhao Song's memory, and the other part is what Fei Meng got from Mahoraga. Evil 5 Poison Heart, Heart Demon Eyes, and Heart Realm Travel are the highest achievements of 12 methods of Heartlight. They are all very practical magical powers, but they occupy a lot of spell positions. Whether to practice them or not, you have to consider it. In addition to the 12 methods of Heartlight, Qi Fei Meng also obtained 2 other powerful magical powers from Mahoraga, the chapter of Confusion and Soul Loss and the Garbha Realm Mandala. The former is of the 2nd grade, and its function is similar to the 5 poisonous hearts of evil, but it is more focused on controlling desires and playing with people's hearts, while the latter is a 1st grade great magical power. If it weren't for the fact that Mahoraga's main soul could no longer cast the Garbha Realm Mandala, it would not be so easy for Fei Meng to deal with it. As for why it couldn't be used, Zhao Chen also learned the reason from Fei Meng. It turned out that the Garbha Realm Mandala, a 1st grade magical power of artifacts, had uniqueness, and once used, if it failed to achieve the purpose, even the caster himself could not take it back. The Garbha Realm Mandala of Mahoraga was used to block a certain place decades ago, but it seemed that it had no impression of where it was blocked, or it hypnotized itself to forget that memory. Zhao Chen had some guesses about this, but he didn't dare to touch it easily. The second is the Red-Bearded Dragon's Panlan fighting method. This book in Li Hu's hand is relatively complete, and even has the Dangsuan part. Unfortunately, it has 2 strict requirements on qualifications, and one must have the blood of the red-bearded dragon to achieve something. Rather than being a cultivation method, this is actually more like a secret teaching of the blood sorcerers in the West, to develop their own bloodline power, and cultivating a stick to dance around doesn't conform to my aesthetics. This method can be sold to Xingcha to restore my blood. Although compared with other Dangsuan methods, its recycling price is not high. In addition, Li Zialing has successfully entered the worry-free cave heaven. Since Fei Meng has decided to let her recover herself, it is a good choice to train her to be the commander of the magic weapon Pan Long Stick. This is also a powerful fighting force. When necessary, the worry-free valley may need her to come forward to calm the situation. Well, my younger brother and sister are still in the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring. When Hao Shangxing asks me to solve Qin Sheng's problem, I will bring them to my stepmother and improve our relationship. After thinking for a while, Zhao Chen cast his eyes on the white jade table in front of the throne, on which was placed the biggest gain of his mission this time, the Key of Morning Light. It can open the passage to any secret space, provided that it can sense the existence of the secret space. This Key of Morning Light and the golden box 5-way key I got before are really a pair, right? The latter can peek into other people's treasury through the keyhole, while the former can directly open a thief's hole. My previous guess was correct. If there are 5 channels, there will be 5 ghosts or 5 thieves. Maybe this Key of Morning Light represents one of them. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen stood up, holding the Key of Morning Light that emitted a soft glow, and came to the corridor on the right side of the hall. He stared at the warehouse hidden by the thick fog for a while, but finally did not make any move. Before, just peeping at the goods in the warehouse through the golden box 5 keys had brought him great mental pain. If he went in personally, the consequences would be unpredictable. Let's wait until my strength is further improved, and I have a certain resistance to the true body of the Dark Zone existence. Zhao Chen sighed, and paced to the corridor on the left, to the treasure bowl transformed by the fateful heavenly pool, and stopped in front of a door that was revealed because of the appearance of this bowl. The door was made of unknown materials, and the surface was covered with carvings and patterns. They were symbols and totems that Zhao Chen still couldn't understand. And in the handle of the door was inlaid a 5-colored gem. There was a peculiar groove on the surface of the gem, which looked like a keyhole. Zhao Chen had tried to insert the golden box 5 keys before, but it didn't fit, and he couldn't see what was behind the door. This time he wanted to try the morning light key he had just acquired. As Zhao Chen inserted the key, the morning light key and the groove on the door handle fit perfectly together. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and exhaled, then exerted force on his wrist, trying to use the key to turn the lock cylinder, but at this time, a palpitation suddenly came over him, causing his hand to stiffen instantly and stop moving. I'll die if I open it now. This voice seemed to echo in Zhao Chen's mind, a feeling he had never had before, when he tried to open the warehouse. He stood there, his forehead covered with cold sweat at some point, and it took him a while to regain his thoughts. What on earth is behind this door? Why does it give me such a terrible premonition? Fate pool stands beside the door. Destiny is guarding the door. Is the world of fate behind that door? Even the darkness inside the Scarlet Gold Mountain where Song Weiru's cave is located did not give me such a terrifying feeling. Just now, at that moment, even the fear shielding that the Lian Wei bestowed on me was ineffective. No, perhaps it is the fear feeling behind the door that exceeds the threshold of my ability, which makes me have such a premonition. Zhao Chen's mind was full of thoughts, and he let them dissipate for a while. After the fear finally subsided, he slowly pulled out the key and held it in his palm. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, there may be no danger behind the door, and there may even be some secrets hidden. It's just that Xingcha, or the person who controls my fate behind the scenes, doesn't want me to go in, and what I feel is the threat from the other party. Well, there is such a possibility, but it should not be high. After all, if Xingcha really doesn't want me to go in, it won't let me see the door at all. And if I insist on taking risks, the threats just now can't really stop me. After thinking calmly for a while, Zhao Chen pushed the Yangxiu golden crow crown on his head and pulled out a petite figure from it. It was the Baoguan girl. The girl stretched, then covered her mouth with one hand, yawned delicately, and then said with a smile, "Young master, did you wake me up to take me out to play?" Zhao Chen didn't have time to chat with her. He just pointed at the door and asked seriously, "Do you know what's behind it? My grandma suddenly fell ill. I rushed to the hospital in the evening. This is all I can say. Sorry." Chapter 497 Black Domain. Hearing this question, the Baoguan girl looked at the door blankly, and after a while, she answered uncertainly, "I seem to know, but I can't remember. I can't remember." Did I seal my memory, or do I have insufficient authority, which limited the functions of these accessories? Zhao Chen was thoughtful, but he didn't doubt the girl's words. After all, as a property, the other party couldn't lie to him. But in any case, it shows that it is indeed very dangerous behind the door. Even the Star Chariot accessories with extremely high essence must seal their memories to protect themselves. In a similar situation, there are Zhang Wangyang who cut off his memory and reincarnated into Zhao Fu, and Mahoraga who completely forgot where the Tanzanke mandala was placed. There is no real connection between these three, right? Well, I don't plan to explore this door in the Star Chariot in the short term. There is no more information, but the clues of Zhang Wangyang and Mahoraga all point to Yu Wangzang. What happened that night decades ago? Furthermore, Chu Rangrang from Ling Castle and Baking Shu, the grand elder of the Bei family in Ningzhou, who is also known as the Star Picker, have both recently disappeared in An'ai, where the Yuang sect is located. Could this also be related to this incident? These two real people were members of the Thief sect in the past. Are they looking for the treasures left behind by the predecessors of the Thief sect? According to rumors, the Yellow Dragon Cup was stolen from the royal family. Zhao Chen's mind flashed with questions one after another, and he made one speculation after another, but there were no reasonable answers and strong evidence. He had to put them aside first, and instead spread out his palm, showing the morning light key emitting a soft glow in front of the crown, and asked, "Do you recognize it? After receiving your blessing, what other functions can it play? Although I can figure this out by myself, since I have awakened the crown, it would be easier to ask her." Crown glanced at the key and replied with a smile. Its function is to temporarily open a passage to any world in the black domain, but if there is starship mist blocking the passage cannot be formed. Therefore, the cargo hold in the starship is the safest place, unless the star cabin master takes it. But it doesn't have many abilities now. Even with my blessing, it can only go to the space you can perceive. At this point, she suddenly remembered something, clapped her hands, and added, "By the way, sir, don't you have a lot of goods left in the outside world? With my blessing, you can build a channel to the surroundings of those goods. Although this is much slower than magical powers such as teleportation, and there is a possibility of getting lost in the black domain, or encountering other unknown dangers, if it is a long distance transfer, it is still an excellent way to travel. Many goods left in the outside world." Zhao Chen was a little puzzled at first, but soon reacted and understood that the crown refers to Sister Hangsha, Master Moqiu and others whose ownership belongs to him. Build a channel, but cannot penetrate the star cabin mist. Well, you can also say historical mist. This shows that the statement in the Li family's documents, that the morning light key is the master key to enter history, is wrong. Or, when it was in the hands of the Zhuge family, the reason why it was considered to be able to open the door of history may be because the Zhuge family once had a star cabin master, the so-called candidate. That's right. If the key of morning light could really penetrate the fog of history, it would be impossible for the cave left by Song Weiru to reincarnate. The real location of the cave is obviously within the range of the fog of history. However, what is the black domain? Is the darkness seen in the passage of Chijin Mountain before the so-called black domain? Zhao Chen frowned and asked it out, because he thought so. Crown blinked and answered in an innocent tone, "Black domain is black domain. I don't know what it is specifically. Well, it's probably a special world." "That's right." She clapped her hands again and continued, "Those so-called weirdness are hidden in the black domain. Whenever night falls, the black domain may be intertwined with the darkness of reality. If rational creatures are on the road, they will mistakenly enter those weird domains with open entrances. Of course, because it is in an intertwined state, as long as the weird domain is broken at night, we can return to reality. Is the weird hidden in the so-called black domain? No wonder I feel that the darkness behind the red gold mountain gate is very dangerous, and even the Dangsui can't observe any information. Rumor has it that the appearance of weird is related to multiple great beings, and I can be sure of the star god and blood moon. Is it because the stars and the moon are phenomena that only appear at night, so they have a certain authority over the so-called black domain? In addition, the description of my god travel spell ability says that if it is used at night, you will get lost in an unknown space. I used to think it was a weird domain, but now I think it might mean getting lost in the black domain. When the God Travel spell and the current God Travel boat are used at night, will they inevitably go deep into the black domain? What is its essence? A special world similar to the Yin world and Heart Realm. Zhao Chen wanted to try out the enhanced functions of the Key of Morning Light in his hand immediately, but after thinking about it, he temporarily suppressed this idea. After all, it was nighttime, and entering the black domain might be more dangerous than during the day. Moreover, even if he wanted to take risks, he had to say hello to King Yan first. What's more, I haven't finished all the things I need to deal with in the Great Sun Star Chariot yet. Zhao Chen thought so in his heart, turned around and walked up the stairs again, and sat back on his 6th dragon throne. Then, he picked up the 9 lights gold seal, and covered it in the void. He saw that the 6th grade position of Star Cabin Master was complete, and he could advance to become a Gangsha cultivator at any time. It's a pity that my magic power has not reached the 9th turn. Although it won't have much impact, if I advance to the Gangsha realm first, it won't be a problem for ordinary cultivators to get the 6th grade talisman directly, but I want to adjust the prototype of my spell again. After all, once you receive the talisman position, you will be instilled with artistic conception and knowledge of laws, and the innate spell as the foundation will be determined, and can no longer be changed. Also, Fei Meng also said before that advancing step by step after the 9th transformation of mana will make the subsequent practice path smoother. There is another chapter tonight. In addition, today is the author's birthday. Everyone wish me a happy birthday. Carrot oh carrot. Chapter 498 Planning. Adjusting the prototype of magic is one of Zhao Chen's midterm goals. After all, the number of magic slots is limited, and he is not like a casual cultivator who lacks inheritance. Naturally, he has to be thrifty and make preparations for matching reasonable magical powers. Among the 8 prototypes of magic obtained when he was promoted to the magic power realm, Dairi Xingcha and crossing Chaoyusei are the foundations corresponding to his position, and it is impossible to change them. The 5 directions eliminating demons divine mantra and 5 emperors controlling demon spiritual sound corresponding to the 5 emperors paying homage to the truth great magical power are the foundations of his inner world, energy, and spirit. Unless he abandons his true essence and spiritual consciousness, it is also impossible to change. However, the Wuang Soul Capture Song and Yuan Shenggu Crossing music corresponding to the Boluonime divine sound, Te Hui Huang Qi and Hui Yuan Mingji Fu corresponding to the summoning the gods, these 2 first grade magical powers are not necessary, especially the magical power of Belong Me divine sound, created by the founder of Kunlun Xianyang City, has a great overlap with the effect of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth. The latter can actually achieve the function of the former by matching the appropriate piano music. Although summoning the gods is also very powerful, it can summon the remaining gods of ancient times to possess the body and borrow their power. But this can also be replaced by the purple light ring, and the range of summoning is wider. Therefore, these 4 spell prototypes can be completely erased and replaced with the prerequisite spells of other magical powers. But Zhao Chen has not yet considered what to replace them with. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen exchanged paper and pen from the jade book, then leaned over the table, and began to list the plans for the next period of time. This is also one of the main purposes of his entering the Great Sun Star Chariot. After experiencing the Red Gold Mountain mission, and seeing the application of Mahoraga to the Heart Realm, he was no longer at ease to think about his own plans in reality, and at least there would be no traces left in the Heart Realm in the Star Chariot. According to Fei Meng, since both Mai and her strength have reached the mana, the interval between missions has become longer, and the next mission will not start until half a year later. Although there is no imminent pressure, we can't be too lazy, so we have to plan the next stage of action. Well, after carefully calculating the promises I made, and the commissions I received before, plus the things that need to be investigated, I can roughly divide the goals into 3 categories: short term, medium term, and long term. Zhao Chen thought, while writing and drawing on paper, listing one item after another. This was a habit he had before crossing over. Even if it was an adventure without a clear purpose, he would make various preparations and plans in advance. It seemed reckless, but it was actually thoughtful. Otherwise, he would not have crossed over at his friend's wedding, and he would have died in the previous adventure. As for short-term goals, there are roughly 4. The first is to pretend to accept the request of Hao Shangxing, the priest of the county magistrate's mansion, and then stage a scene with Qin Sheng to completely control the worry-free valley in my hands. I remember that before the mission at Chijin Mountain, Hao Shangxing asked the young master in green robe to send me an invitation, inviting me to meet at Songhuang Mountain outside the city the day after tomorrow. I can go and see it for myself. Second, Feng Wan's seed of lust has borne fruit, and we can complete the transaction with Ma Guangliang and find out the specific location of the profitable immortal staff. Well, since young master in green robe Li Chengsheng has delivered the invitation as the middleman, he will definitely be present at the meeting the day after tomorrow, and I can entrust him to notify Ma Guangliang at that time. Third, we need to deal with the loose ends left by Zhao Song, take over his remaining forces, and avoid causing any trouble. I'm afraid we'll have to deal with the original owner's eldest brother, and we'll have to go to the provincial capital to pay a visit to my grandfather. Fortunately, after dealing with Zhao Song, I got a part of the knowledge that the original owner mortgaged to Xingcha, and his brilliant calligraphy and painting skills finally became mine, so I don't have to worry about being exposed in front of my grandfather. However, this kid's revenge mission isn't over yet. Does it mean we have to get rid of the god of evil before it counts? I thought it was a simple commission at first. Fourth, it is to further stabilize the pollution in Menghangayu's soul. With the assistance of the Taishi Shian Makin, there's no need to use the dual cultivation method. Although it still can't be completely eliminated, it's not a big problem to prevent it from eroding Hangayu for a long time. When I master the great magical power of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth in the future, the pollution on her body will not be a problem. What a pity Zhao Chen smacked his lips when he wrote this, not knowing what he was saying. The crown standing beside him seemed to see through his thoughts, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. As for the midterm goals, there are generally 4, but they are not only intertwined with each other, but can also be subdivided into multiple items. Well, the first thing is to adjust the prototype of the spell, collect the spell that suits you, and look for the corresponding Anki and Shaki. After all, this kind of auxiliary spell has nothing to do with one's own foundation, and the talisman position does not provide the corresponding laws and artistic conception knowledge, and it cannot be directly cultivated into a lifelong spell. If you rely on yourself to comprehend it completely, dozens or even hundreds of years may not be enough. The only right way is to find the corresponding, and while refining them, directly comprehend the laws and fragments of artistic conception contained in them. These spells to be collected can be divided into 2 categories, those that meet the requirements of the Great Sun record in the Star Chariot Jade book, and those corresponding to other extremely high level skills. The former are spells such as the Golden Light Mantra, which were created by the so-called candidates, and are inextricably linked to the Great Sun Star Chariot. They can be included in the Great Sun record or the Star Chariot Jade book, and do not occupy precious spell slots. But they also need corresponding, and to be cultivated. As for the latter, the ones I have initially selected are only the great magical power of Demon King binding of the Kunlun Zikifang lineage, the second great magical power of Demon without form of the heavenly demon lineage, and the complete magical power of the myriad things in the universe. The 2 prerequisite spells of Demon King binding, Golden Seal to suppress demons and Silver Armor to control demons, require the evil spirits that are extremely difficult to find. Fortunately, Zhao Song still remembers where he found these 2 kinds of evil spirits, so we can try our luck there. The latter 2 are magical powers that can exert multiple magical effects. Among them, Demon without form is composed of 3 collection spells, 9 transformations of the blood demon, 8 magical techniques of the bone demon, and 7 magical techniques of the yin demon. As for the myriad things in the universe, I currently only have an incomplete version, and I plan to find the complete method of this magical power during the next journey that will last at least half a year. Thanks to the part of the gathering of all stars in Zhao Song's memory, I already have some clues. Chapter 499 Planning. The reason why Zhao Chen values magical powers such as all things in the forest and demon without form, which are not of the first grade, but can display more means is because the spells he mastered, such as 12 methods of heart light, blood shadow magic, and 6 techniques of the divine eagle, are very practical, but they occupy too many spell slots, making it difficult for him to choose. So he hopes that they can be integrated into these collection magical powers, even if the spells and magical powers obtained by simulation and evolution are weaker than the originals. Secondly, as I planned before, I will travel around Daksha in the next 6 months or even a few years to gain knowledge. This is actually what I have always wanted to do, since I traveled through time. After all, how can I come to a new and strange world without walking around and taking a look? Well, during the journey, in addition to completing the above mentioned goals of collecting materials and finding exercises, another task is to try to find out what candidates the Starraft has had in the past, and to figure out what the names read in the introduction of the Starraft accessories actually mean. For the latter point, you can start with the golden box 5 keys, and investigate from the Ling Fort disciple named Lin Feng that it values. Zhao Chen's plan was not actually very organized. He wrote whatever he thought of, and kept crossing out the old and replacing it with the new. So he himself felt that the details of the goals were intertwined and unsystematic. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the listed goals had to be completed sooner or later. Secondly, we have to reach Yunzhou in the southwest within half a year. First, according to the information revealed by Ma Guanglian last time, the profitable immortal staff is probably somewhere in Yunzhou, and we have to go and recycle this accessory. Second, the remains of the Kunlun Kyanghe lineage will also be unearthed within half a year, and I have to participate in it. This is not entirely for the possible inheritance and treasures, but I once promised to bring the magic weapon Ice Wheel Sword back to the Kyanghe sect, and I cannot break my promise. In addition, the trial token of the Kyanghe lineage is in my hand, and I'm also carrying the so-called Teichu true meaning. Even if I deliberately don't go, under the guidance of fate, I might be involved. Instead of being passively involved, it is better to be proactive and take the initiative. Having written this, Zhao Chen scratched his hair and suddenly remembered that he actually had a lot of similar things to do, so after a little thought, he simply stuffed them into the last item of the midterm goal. Finally, it is to complete the role-playing, master the position of the talisman, and improve the cultivation during the journey. Whether it is an investigator or the subsequent collector, they need to take the initiative to contact some secrets and explore some dangerous places, and these do not conflict with the previous goals of collecting materials and looking for candidates. And I have actually come across many secret clues before, such as Yinsi, Heaven, Strange, and the Black Domain I just learned about, all of which are worth exploring. But I have to screen them carefully. Well, those that are too dangerous and cannot make progress in a short period of time are excluded first. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chen first crossed out the 2 words "anai" that he wrote. Although he was very interested in the secrets hidden in the Yuan sect, the fact that even Dongsu and Zenran fell into it, and even the demons and evil spirits cut off their related memories made Zhao Chen dare not touch it easily. This can be seen from the fact that Zhao Chen did not even peek into Master Huang's memory. Of course, this is also because Zhao Chen respects his master and does not want to peek into his privacy. Then, Black Domain and Heaven were also crossed out by him one after another, leaving only a few entries such as Yinsi, Ningmeng's life experience, and the Doran key of history. Although the background of Yinsi is also unfathomable, its strength is still very limited when it comes to a specific place, which can barely be considered within the scope of what Zhao Chen can handle. This organization not only attacked him, but also helped Xingyang Temple to hunt down Fei Meng. Since the feud between the two sides has already been formed, Zhao Chen naturally does not want it to be too easy. In addition, Ningmeng's mother is valued by Blood Moon and behaves very mysteriously. Zhao Chen actually wanted to find out the reason a long time ago, but he had a special task before and had no energy to explore. This time he can check it out by the way, which can be regarded as completing the acting. As for the door and key of history, this involves the unlimited task given by the Bodhisattva about Loyal City. There is no need to rush. In fact, it can be planned in the long-term goal. The rest, such as helping Ming Zulin collect the souls of the strong and prepare the Star God's surrender ceremony, helping Ming Hangyu investigate the conspiracy of King Qin more than 10 years ago, etc., are not things that need to be completed on purpose and can only be taken one step at a time. Especially Ming Hangyu, who still mainly took the passive approach. Otherwise, if the Dongsuan being attacked impersonally, Zhao Chen felt that with his current strength, he might not even be able to escape. While thinking, Zhao Chen continued to list a number of items below, but marked them as optional. Then he wrote, the long-term goal is nothing more than 3 points. Find the Star Raft accessories, investigate the truth of my crossing, and study the Fenimeng. As for the clues to the Star Raft accessories, in addition to the profitable Immortal staff, the only ones whose locations can be determined are the royal family's Zhao Chen Xingchen map and the Sima family's Dairi lantern. But neither of these two is something I can afford to provoke now, so I have to take a long-term view. In other words, it is better to start with other accessories that can be easily obtained. However, with the strange fate between me and these accessories, there is a high probability that I will encounter them during the journey. Investigating the truth of crossing can actually be said to be figuring out the details of Dairi crossing and this can't be rushed. It needs to be done slowly, a little bit of testing, and we have to wait until we are strong enough before taking specific actions. As for the purpose of the final research on Fenimeng and what specific actions will be taken, Zhao Chen did not write it down, but just thought about it absent-mindedly for a while. After a while, Zhao Chen reviewed his plan for the next 6 months again, and suddenly remembered something. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, and he smiled, and said to himself, yes, now the conditions are sufficient. In other words, we can give it a try. Then, there is still one more thing missing. As he said, he wrote solemnly at the bottom of the paper filled with dense handwriting, the goal to be completed immediately: fulfill the original promise to Wang Dao, i.e., redeem him, give him freedom, and cure his dying injuries. Chapter 500 Who's coming? Speaking of which, although Wang Daoi's injuries seemed extremely serious to Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng in Mirror Village, and there was almost no possibility of saving him, but now that the two of them have experienced many missions and mastered many powerful trump cards, it is no longer a problem. Especially after obtaining Wu'ai Cave Heaven and the accumulation of the 3 sects of Blood God, White Jade, and Holy Spirit, it is even more so. What's more, Zhao Chen has a healing medicine King Di Run Wu pill obtained from Ming Hangyu. Although the King Di Run Wu pill is not satisfactory for the pollution on Ming Hangyu, it is very suitable for Wang Dao. If it weren't for the special mission of Chijin Mountain at that time, Zhao Chen felt that he might use Wang Dao and he would redeem him after getting this pill. Fortunately, it is not too late now, and the star coins obtained from the Panlong fighting method just exchanged for Xingcha are just enough to redeem Wang Dao. Although this will make my savings run out again. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen had put down the pen in his hand and opened the jade book on the table and pointed to the line marked with Wang Dao. The next moment, with the decrease in the balance of star coins, a man who looked to be in his 30s and had only one arm left appeared in the hall of Xingcha. He was the swordsman Wang Dao from the Andong Protectorate of the ancient Tang dynasty. His eyes were a little empty at first, but soon became bright, and then he raised his head and looked at Zhao Chen, who was sitting high above. After the two sides looked at each other for a few seconds, Wang Dao seemed to recall something, bowed and saluted, and said, Wang greets the master. Since he was redeemed, the ownership naturally fell into the hands of Zhao Chen. Although this ownership has a time limit, Wang Dao, you should know your own situation, right? Zhao Chen asked. I know. I have remembered some of the scenes when I went out to fight for you before. I also know that, even if I leave here, I can't go back to Andong Protectorate and can only stay in this world 10,000 years later. But it doesn't matter. Wang originally made the world his home. Although Wang Dao said it freely, Zhao Chen, who was in a similar situation as him, heard some melancholy. Although he has no family in the Tang dynasty, he has many friends. and Zhao Chen is the same. I have been taken care of by you many times before. I will give you freedom according to the original agreement. Of course, the premise is that you don't do anything that is not good for me, Zhao Chen said calmly. He didn't try to pretend to be a great existence in front of Wang Daoyi. After all, every time he summoned him out before, he was doing things for himself, and the other party couldn't fail to notice the clues. The so-called Lord of the Star Chariot is so close to Zhao Chen, far exceeding the relationship between a great existence and his followers. Wang Daoyi did not agree immediately, but was silent for a few seconds, and then said in a deep voice, as long as your actions do not endanger the people, I will always believe in you. Zhao Chen felt that Wang Daoyi had seen through his identity, but in fact, the other party believed that Zhao Chen was actually the incarnation of the great being in front of him. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's no problem. He was not a demon, and it was not worth it to harm the people. He paused and continued, when you leave here, you will appear in a space opened up by a magical instrument. After you take the elixir I prepared for you, and recuperate for a period of time, you can move freely. Thank you, my lord. Wang Daoyi knelt on the ground and saluted, gratefully saying, in any case, my life was saved by my lord. The previous few battles for you were just to pay the interest. If you need me in the future, I will die for you. It is because there is a high probability that I will not be able to use you that I redeemed you first. In terms of combat power alone, I'm not worse than you now. Thinking this in his mind, Zhao Chen stopped talking to Wang Daoyi. After all, he and Wang Daoyi were not very familiar with each other, so he let his spirit leave the Great Sun Star Chariot directly. As for his body, when he redeemed himself, Zhao Chen had already put it into the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring and fed it a Green Emperor Runwu pill. After Wang Daoyi's figure disappeared, Zhao Chen set his sights on the column belonging to Tang Mao in the Jade Book. After hesitating again and again, Zhao Chen decided to wait for a while before returning the freedom of this female knight. First, as a top-grade magical power, Tang Mao is an important fighting force that he can control. Second, if he wants to redeem this female knight, he will have to spend a lot of star coins, and he has insufficient balance now, so he can only sell some of the skills and instruments that have not been exchanged for the star chariot to make up for it. This will disrupt his previous checks and balances plan on skills. Let's wait a little longer. Anyway, since I traveled through time, my fate has been controlled by others, and there are always opportunities to earn star coins. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen no longer stayed in the star raft. He first patted the Yangxiu golden crow crown on his head, letting the Baoguan girl temporarily return to sleep in it, and then ended the contact between the spiritual consciousness and the Jiao golden seal, and returned to reality. Zhanghai, the state capital, in the Li family's blessed land. Li Yunzi sat at the top of the Qinglian Hall, and informed his own magical powers of what happened in Qijin Mountain. It turned out that after this real person who rushed back from the East China Sea realized that he might have been calculated by the person who solved the historical fog and was forced to become a scapegoat before he could deal with the beginning and the end, the Dongsuan real people of the Sima family and the Feng family had arrived. Afterwards, the supernatural masters from various nearby forces also arrived one after another. Even Zheng Qingyan arrived late after celebrating with Zhao Chen. This made Li Yunzi have no way to explain. After all, she could not calculate more information. The main people involved in the Qijin Mountain incident were either dead or missing. Her explanation was very pale. Even among the supernatural masters of the Li family, many people believed that it was their own ancestor who solved the historical fog. After all, it was not a secret in the East China Sea that Li Yunzi was valued by the Kingsu's engine of the Daoxunman and was likely to become his registered disciple. Maybe she got the treasure from him that could enter the historical fog. In the final analysis, it was just a coincidence that she came back. In short, after the calculations of me and several other real people, the culprit of this Qijin Mountain incident has been determined to be the god Li Hu. Because he coveted the treasure of the red-bearded dragon in Qijin Mountain, he was used by Song Weiyuru and did so many dirty things. Li Hu's daughter Li Zieling is a pure victim, but she may have awakened the bloodline of the red-bearded dragon in despair and pain. which is why she survived by chance. I suspect that she got some treasure of the red-bearded dragon in the ruins, which enabled her to turn the tide and lift the fog of history. Even if it's not her, she probably knows who has brought the Chijin mountain area back to reality. As for Li Zieling's husband Zhao Song, according to my calculations, he was initially coerced into joining Li Hu's plan, but repented in the end, and then he died to atone for his sins and save his wife and children. I still have some doubts about this result, and I plan to ask the Cheyenne treasure mirror. At this point, Li Yunxi looked around at her own magical powers and asked in a rather expectant tone, "Who of you will come? My stomach is uncomfortable, so this is all for now, and I'll make up some more tomorrow." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.